prepared for. Let's see where we're at. Okay. Whew. I tell you. Whew, I had planned on having a head start and probably be much further in the game than what I am. All right. So, let's look. We are on page 80 of the Justin Baldoni suit. Ooh, and just for a recap, and again, this is my, in my own words, my recap for this whole thing. Oh my goodness. All right. So what did we learn in Justin Baldoni's lawsuit under part 1 that we did? You know, that we figured out, and the wording that I did not have yesterday that I have today is that Justin Baldoni appears to be a people pleaser. And his people-pleasing personality made him right to be taken advantage of. Justin Baldoni did not take the advice of those producers that were telling him not to give her an in or an inch, or when they scolded him, not necessarily scolded, but those are the words I'm going to use. When they informed him that him allowing her to write a part or something like that, you know, she took an inch, that he gave her an inch trying to be nice, trying to be pleasing, and it ended up being a whole mile. So it went from her helping to write a script, then helping to write clothes, then all of this other stuff. So he didn't take that advice. You know, allowing Blake Lively to operate outside her contractual obligations, because she was contracted to have an executive producer. And apparently that's basically almost like just a title. Excuse me. And she was contractually obligated to be the actress. Blake Lively used her husband's clout to intimidate. In my opinion, Wayfarer's leadership was weak. And the other thing is too that I've learned is multiple things can be true at one time. Baldoni's, you know, people pleasing will give you in the mind that he's very soft-hearted, very tender-hearted, and Lively's public image is her fault. So here we have pretty much just a cluster F of all the things that are going on. Okay, so this is just my recap of what's going on. And we're going to get into, because yesterday we did not get into the part of the PR. He's suing the PR firm. So we want to make sure that we get into that information today, because I think that that is a good part of this lawsuit. And I saw that if we have time, or I'll just do another video, that Blake Lively has responded to this lawsuit. So again, make sure you like, comment, and share this video. I really would appreciate it. It helps with my engagement. I really do appreciate it. So let's get into this lawsuit. Because, baby, let's get back into it. All right. So as we left off on 142, here it is. Still believing that in a sane and just world, despite Lively's continued extortion. Oh, let me also do this before I really continue. I want to shout out Victoria. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I saw it last night and I was very humbled and very thankful for that. It was a nice message and I really do appreciate it. And I really do appreciate you supporting my channel that way. So shout out to Victoria for the Cash App and supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. And if you'd like to support the channel, my Cash App is right below me. Biggest support that you can do is hit that like button and subscribe. That's the biggest thing that you can do. And if you share this video to any other social media platforms that you have, like X and Facebook or wherever it is you share, I would appreciate that as well. Again, thank you so much, Victoria, for the Cash App that you sent me yesterday. I really do appreciate it. Still believing that in a sane and just world, despite Lively's continued extortion, an actor would never be allowed to usurp his legal right and a director to create and release his cut of the film. He assumed that Lively's edit would simply supplement his work. Thus, Baldoni continued refining his director's cut. But as Lively threatened to refuse to promote the film or approve any related marketing materials, such as trailers, posters, and social media posts, a doomsday scenario for this major motion picture. Wayfarer and Baldoni were extorted into acquiescing to more and more demands. This included co-funding together with Sony a friend and family screening of her version of the film, which they had not approved or even seen, entirely at Lively's insistence. Ultimately, Lively replaced the film's editors. Let me see if I can get this to sit. Ultimately, Lively replaced the film's editors with her own choice, an editor often used by Reynolds, and the film's editors had to be let go. Oh, so they lost their jobs. Oh, I feel bad about editor 1, 2, and 3. She also replaced the film's award-winning composers with composers from Reynolds' recent project, even though the film's composer had already finished the score. Well, I hope he got paid. With an orchestra, which is costly. Sony supported Lively's demand and even enforced her dictate that the film's directors and editors not be permitted even to view her cut. So this is what I want to know. It said Sony supported. So where is the document? That's what I would like to see. The documentation, Sony telling them, hey, don't let Blake Lively do this. Because there is something that I am missing. And Sony is that key for me. Where is that information about Sony doing this? Because if she's saying that she's not going to do something, was it just a verbal threat? Or was there pen to paper put on there? Wayfarer and Sony found themselves in an unprecedented and uncomfortable predicament of having two competing versions of the film, one made by the film's actual director and one made by a person with no contractual or creative right to even approach the editing bay, let alone make her own cut. But in the light of Lively's threat to withhold promotion of the film, again, was this written that she was going to do it? Was it in her contract that she was supposed to promote the film? See, that's the question that I have. What did Blake Lively's contract look like? Was it in her contract that she was to promote the film? Was she contractually obligated to promote the film? Now, I want you to go back to yesterday. Because you remember in all of this stuff we were reading, there was two things that stood out to me that I didn't touch on yesterday because, I saw 179 pages and was daunted. But the two things that stuck out to me is Blake Lively didn't put her John Hancock on at the time what they're talking about. You remember she did not put her John Hancock on the initially provided intimacy coordinator. What is it? The nudity writer, not the intimacy coordinator, but the nudity writer. And she didn't put her John Hancock on the employment, whatever whatever that little pre-employment agreement, so they could go ahead and move. I can't think of what the name of it is right now, but she didn't put her John Hancock on that. But Wayfair put their John Hancock on a 17-point before I come back to work document. So again, as I said before, in my opinion, the business aspect of Wayfair is shaky at this point. And again, was Sony having meetings with Blake Lively that Wayfair was not a part of? Because again, I want to know, what was she saying that threat to withhold promotion of the film? What was she saying? What was she doing? As well as her thinly veiled threat to end Baldoni's career with a slew of false allegations. The studio reluctantly agreed to do any official audience tests of both versions, again, at Wayfair and Sony's expense. This right here, these people right here, in this instance right here, when we're talking about this, to me, I am questioning Sony at this point. Because you're the one with the money. You're the one actually paying for everything. At this point. So what's going on, Sony? This is just interesting. This decision was made in the understanding that Lively had agreed with Sony that if Baldoni's director cut tested higher, she would drop the matter and fully cooperate so that Baldoni could finish the film without further notice. Tellingly, in a side-by-side comparison of audience tests, Baldoni's cut scored significantly higher with key audience demographics. Okay, we got it. Let me see if there's a way that I can make this a little big. Let's zoom in. So we've got Two Dream Team. Says, thank you. Spoke to Blank this morning, gave her the latest. Spoke to Blank this morning, and she's putting in a request to release Blake's cut officially to us. Just getting on the road here. Blank home in a couple of hours. Get some rest. Damn it. And so then they have a screen engine. They have the thing here. In our key demo, over 20% higher in the excellent rating and 15% higher in the definite recommendations. That says it all. Here's my info. She lost. Can we now move forward? Thank you. Editor, this was editor 2. Editor 1. The only group she went up with in the excellent category was men, and they are absolutely not our audience. And that's only because she focused more of the movie on herself, and men like to look at Blake Lively. Men are such pigs. Editor 2. I feel like the up in men and women over 35 is something to look at, but it is so close that it could be just that particular audience or the trailer factor. Or maybe there is something there to consider. Doesn't mean something, but they didn't finish that. Not surprisingly, Lively reneged on her promise because, again, are y'all not getting this information in writing? For her to be continuously reneging? Not surprisingly, Lively reneged on her promise and insisted that her version be released to the public instead of Baldoni's cut as director, even claiming that the book's author, Colleen Hoover, would refuse to promote the film as well if Lively's version was not chosen. Sony called to tell Wayfair that neither Lively nor any of the cast would promote the film unless Lively's cut was used. So at this point, she has just cut out Wayfair altogether, and she went with Sony. And it looks like she was rallying the troops against Justin. Let's continue. Baldoni was first forced to choose between killing the film and his own career by insisting that his own creative version and rights, or putting out a version of the film that Baldoni knew could still be so important to domestic violence survivors, even if it differed greatly from what it could have been. Baldoni reluctantly chose the latter and stood down, allowing Lively's version of the film to be released and promoted. Because, see, at this point, again, as I put up before, his people-pleasing personality got him into this trouble. Because when they gave that half an inch with the wardrobe and with her giving her information about how to write something down, that was it. And he wasn't going to be able to come back from that. Even when the producers were telling him, stop allowing her to operate outside her contractual obligations. And in the meantime, in between time, she's setting it all up. She's asking for the dailies when she has no contractual obligation to ask for the dailies. He acquiesces. So she basically has seen the film or the parts that they were editing and made a decision. You think you're going to make me believe? Because again, multiple things can be true at the same time. I believe she was trying to take over, and I believe that the takeover was happening from the beginning. I believe that she's had conversations with Colleen. I believe she had conversations with the cast, because just like she was able to convince Justin Baldoni and his people pleasing behind to let her do stuff, there's no way in the world you're not going to make me believe that the cast didn't follow suit as well. They know who she's married to. And they also knew behind the scenes he was doing things. There's no way that you can make me believe. Might not be anything written on paper, but there's no way that you cannot make me believe that Blake Lively and her husband were having a meeting with Sony behind Wayfarer's back. There's no way that you can make me believe that they weren't doing that. There's no way that you can make me believe that Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds were having little talks in the hallway of WME. Now, this is Pam Entertainment. I'm not saying that it's happened, but I can doggone sure believe it. May not be any paper trail to it, but I can doggone sure believe it. You don't think that they have whoever is the CEO, president, or whoever owns it or whatever, you don't think Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds hadn't had a conversation with those people? You don't think that Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds didn't have a conversation with Sony behind the back of Wayfarer? Now, I will say this again. My advice to Wayfarer is y'all need to get somebody in there whose backbone, who is not a people pleaser. This is why I think people who we deem to be quote unquote a-holes do well in those types of positions, because they're not going to be allowing somebody to overrun them. And that's just how I feel. And I also feel, and I'm going to get y'all excuse me, because let me make sure I got my humidifier on. All of this talking and all where I'm in my room and not whatever, it bothers with my allergies. And so my nose is running and I don't want it to be running on camera. So this is my little thing. So just forgive me for that. Multiple things can be true at the same time. Like I said, Baldoni's people pleasing. He can't be Baldoni's best at being an actor, being an artist, and artistically going over his work as a director. right? He's not good at being the person that's telling. He's not good at that. He should be doing his direction. And when the people are not listening to him, there should be somebody else. And I don't know if this is the proper, if this is industry standards. However, it has to be something. People have their own personalities and their own characters. And I'm big on authenticity. And I'm not trying to change somebody's character. I am just saying, if his character personality is this, he always needs somebody else to be there to say, no, we're doing this. So let me see. Wait a minute. What's this? Thank you, Victoria. And I don't know if you were in here or not earlier. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I do appreciate that. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel like you did. I really, really do appreciate that. And I will definitely try this. Thank you. But, you know, there's so many things going on. And like I said, he has the right to file this lawsuit. But these are some of the things that are an uphill battle for me, that he has an uphill battle for. Because he's going to have to explain that text when that producer is telling him, don't do it, don't do it. And then you come right back around and do exactly what he told you not to do. Oh my goodness. I didn't see y'all. I did see you, but I'm going to put y'all on here. Blake Lively is such a huge liar. Also, why did Ryan Reynolds get involved? It wasn't his film. Exactly. And she dry snitched on him while she was out doing her press promotions, because she's told him that he was the one that, you know, because this whole thing taking over this part of the production started with this rooftop scene. And we find out from her own words that her husband wrote this rooftop scene. This is why they were pressuring him to talk about it or to use it, because he wrote the rooftop scene. So technically, you're not going to make me believe that Ryan Reynolds didn't have a big hand on it. And you know what you're not going to make me believe too? Because I believe you're not going to make me believe that Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively didn't invite Colleen to their house and sat down with her. Because I would want to know what Colleen did, and was Colleen giving any type of incentive to back them up to see if they can get? Has Colleen asked Justin Baldoni for the rights back? Because remember, I did a video that said back in September they had offered a price to Justin Baldoni for the rights to the movie. And we see here that she was able to have a backdoor meeting with Sony and got the cast on board to go with her version. I don't think Blake Lively, I don't think Ryan Reynolds, and I don't even think Justin Baldoni and the New York Times, I don't think any of them are going to look good like this in the public eye, because everybody, in my opinion, everybody has fault. Because listen, this is going to be interesting, because that's going to be a question that you have. But, you know, you're going to have to be lightly, because, you know, if this looks bad, you know, authors are not going to be wanting to sell the rights to their story that they've written to anyone. But I wouldn't be surprised because Colleen understands and knows that Blake Lively can tell a tale because she was sitting right next to her when the in an interview where the interviewer had asked her about, oh, you were guiding Justin and how to, react to you and touch. And she's like, no, that didn't happen. And Colleen had to tell her, yeah, we saw a video of it. And then they played the video. Because there's something else. Again, because you're having too many, and this is the problem that I have. Because people be like, oh, I'm not team anybody. I'm just going over and trying to look at it from as objectively as I can. But there were too many side meetings being had. Wayfarer's problem to me is that they acquiesced to that 17-point thing. No one wanted to play hardball. Well, the movie wasn't going to get finished. I think it would have gotten finished. Because I don't know how their contracts are structured. But she'd have gave me some of that money back. Listen, and here's the thing, Timeless. In the first Deadpool, the director, Ryan Reynolds, you're not going to make me, I just cannot believe this. And again, this is Pam Entertainment TV. I don't have any factual information other than this true. But Ryan Reynolds had a tough time with the director of the first Deadpool to the point that director said that he was not going to work on the movie. He says there was no thing. So you're not going to make me believe that Ryan Reynolds didn't pull this one time? And he gave Blake Lively the play-by-play? And how she could pull this off? And Blake Lively is going to Blake Lively, in my opinion. So she used her feminine wiles to be able to get that because she knew she saw a sucker. So she knew she was just about to hit a lick because he's a people pleaser. And that's why I kept saying, and people, I know a lot of people in my comments are like, well, I don't understand, why you are acting like that because he's a people pleaser. He always needed somebody else to be in there with him. This is why he's in this mess, because he didn't listen to the people. All he should have been doing was, honestly, to me, all he should have been doing was directing. He let Colleen gas his head up. But all he should have been doing was directing. And with him just directing, and then there was a buffer in between Blake and him, this would have gone off. And his version, according to what we see in this document, was the one that scored better with the audience, and it should have been put out. Now, we can't deny the fact that the version that was put out made $300 and some million. Release the Baldoni cut. Release the Baldoni cut. I want to see what's the difference. Yeah. Got you. Good. Good. Well, they have to deal with, because you remember in August, she said her husband did it. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry about that. Not surprisingly, Lively reneged on her promise. And it's okay. We've read that. Here we are. Where am I? Yes. Baldoni was essentially forced to fire himself as director and allow Lively to finish his film, knowing it was the only choice he could make to serve the greater good. 2 days later, Baldoni was hospitalized with a serious spine infection. Eventually, with the key demographic being the focus, Sony and Screen Engine, the audience testing company, convinced Lively to put back as much of Baldoni's edits as they possibly could. None of this was officially communicated to Baldoni, but whispers reached him that part of his cut made it back into the final release. Well, good for him. Baldoni made sure to thank and apologize to his editors who he had caused to be let go. So this is where this comes from. I'm so sorry. I love and adore you. Both and I will fight for you and your recognition and sing your praises to the end. This will all work out. It's painful, but it will be okay. And we can rest knowing that we have created a beautiful work of art together. And yet I am so sorry. And this is his wife kissing on him. Hope ADR went well, being admitted for 3 days for potential infection. So now you have a real reason why I'm not doing ADR. I love and adore you both. Thanks for something. Editor 1. Holy cow, feel better. We didn't want to bug you during all of this, but our secret source has let us know that the new version that they are previewing tomorrow has a bunch of our version put back in. We just have to keep it quiet because we want to keep our back channel open. Feel better. Get well. We love you, and all of this craziness, health, and movie is going to work out. Damn it. And he said, appreciate you both. So she don't worry this man, he got a back infection. By June 2024, Lively was dictating much of the marketing for the film she had stolen from Baldoni and Wayfair. Infection in my spine, pretty serious. Great doctors and caught it early. Blank had a feeling. My body is done. Too much stress. Exactly. I was going to say, that's just too much stress. We'll be in hospital probably until Tuesday now. Then IV antibiotics via a PICC line for 6 weeks, which means can't travel. Regarding Garfield, happy he liked it. And editor 1, damn. Then just take care of yourself. If Blake is so determined to handle the marketing on the movie, then just let her. Perfect time to look out for number 1. Lively shamelessly removed Baldoni, the film's co-star, director, and executive producer, who had championed this film for 5 years and whose company had co-funded the entire project, out of all the posters, trailers, and other promotional material. She continued to refuse to promote the film otherwise. So this is we have very successful weekend at Book Bonanza, and the fans love the book and book art display at the event. We would like to release this art as our second teaser poster for domestic distribution. Since it already been released internally in many markets, it only makes sense to use it domestically as well. We'd love to start printing tomorrow to get it in theaters. However, this version does not have Justin Baldoni's a film by credit, so we would need to waive that. Please let me know if this is approved. Over Sony's objection, I mean, release it. Release the Baldoni cut. Release it. That's what I say. Release the Baldoni cut. Okay, where was I? Over Sony's objection, Lively insisted on screening her cut at Book Bonanza, calling Hoover's annual convention, hosting authors and fans from around the world, an event that Baldoni had long been excited to attend. But Sony made it known to Wayfair that, per Lively, Baldoni could not attend, notwithstanding the obvious promotion and PR risks. Lively appeared on a panel alongside Hoover and other cast members, icing out Baldoni from this critical event for his own film. He was not even allowed to review the final cut before it was shown to video. And I'm believing that is probably the interview that called when they were talking about something about intimacy coordinator or something like that. I'm willing to bet you that is that interview. Because again, you see how they operate. This is why, again, they did not take heed. They did not take heed when they said that she was difficult to work with on other sets. No one took heed. So this is Jean Abel. Now, Jean Abel is the PR person for Wayfair, who was working with Jones work with Stephanie Jones. Hi, and this is Monday, June the 3rd at 6:04 p.m. And I think this was a little bit after they fired Justin Baldoni and fired June's Stephanie's company, and they started working with Jen. I'm just looking at the timestamp. It says, "Hi, Jamie just filled me in about bookcon. I know this is devastating and such a kick in the gut. It's petty and childish at this point. I'm just making sure you're okay. We will get through this. Eye on the prize. Her attending bookcon is a win for the film, ultimately. And if she wants to drag her ass to Texas, then let her. You can be home with your family, which is important. Justin Baldoni. She kicked me out officially from the film now. She's finishing it all. I can't be involved. Music, sound, VFX, everything. I'll make it through somehow. I just need to feel it all." Editor 1. This is June 14th, 2024. Editor 1. Looks fun. By the way, picture was supposed to get locked this week. Did that happen? Just curious what version is going out into the world with all of our names on it. Just about, I'll watch soon. No idea regarding picture. Evidently, they are all at Book Bonanza. Hard. Oh boy, editor 1 said. Justin Baldoni. But second test didn't go any better. Over 35 went down and under stayed the same. I guess Sony asked for more changes to get it closer to our cut, but I haven't watched. They are showing it at Book Bonanza. The whole movie, they're showing it at a Book Bonanza. The whole movie, yep, hers. Wow. Was supposed to be ours, and then I was uninvited. Whole thing is pretty cruel and intense. Editor 1, unfucking believable. Editor 2, ugh. Sorry, Justin. And he says, I love you both. And then it's 3 heart emojis. And, okay. Heart emojis. And then the 2, they didn't need this part. They could have just clipped that and then put this back up here. But I guess they wanted to show the whole thing. I don't know. They're screenshotting. I just hope you love for at least stomach the cut that is going out into the world. He said, haven't seen it. Can't yet. By July 2024, Baldoni was completely locked out of the film's final cut. By virtue of his role at Wayfair, he was permitted to give notes as a studio. This only added insult to injury because he should have not have been giving notes. He should have been editing the film. And this is why I think that I'm thinking what's happening now, because I don't know if you all saw that clip, and I think I gave it came from TikTok. I saw the clip when I put it on the video before last, that there was a director that said, if there's a tie, the final cut goes to the director, whoever was charged and paid and is contractually obligated to be the director. I think what these lawsuits are upending in Hollywood is they're about to tamp down the way these A-listers are moving and shaking in Hollywood. And what I mean by that is this. These directors, these producers, these cinematographers, all of these people are going to start looking at these actors in a different way. Because think about it. All of these editors lost their job because she took over. I am thinking, this is me, that they're going to have to start structuring these contracts to be much better. And also, they're going to have to do... and this may be my sociology, my social work and sociology background. At some point, you're going to have to figure out not only the talent that you have, but their psyches as well, and their motivators. Now, again, I'm not putting it all on Blake Lively. However, Justin Baldoni's authentic self, he can't handle stuff like this. And it's apparent with him getting sick and all of the stress that's going on. and he doesn't have a way to fight back, because Wayfarer, because he didn't sign it. I didn't see in the paperwork that we got from there, I don't see his name on the paperwork, but I do see Jamie Heath's name on the paperwork as a Wayfarer CEO. They it looks like Justin, and though they're co-owners, they just need to be talent, and there needs to be another person that would be the CEO that would be able to have a little bit more backbone. That's just my opinion going forward. Going forward in regards to Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, these directors and these other people are peeping game now. So they already know that before we gonna sign on and she be signed on, we gonna need us a 17-point before we can start production, that she follow that she follow these rules. All right, let's continue. By July 24th, Baldoni was completely locked out of the film. Okay. Despite his personal feelings, he redirected his thoughts to focus on the one positive, the film. Years in making, very close to be seen by the world, even if it was no longer his film. He prayed for the possibility that the film could still make the impact intended when he first reached out to Colleen Hoover in 2019. Okay, this must be an editor. Justin, just wanted to check in. Are you back at 200%? And any updates on our little movie? Just hoping all is good with everything, with everyone and everything. Sorry, blank, missed this. Didn't mean not to respond. He doesn't see what he was. Really been distancing myself from the movie as best as I can for my sanity. Lots of great internal work. Finding real gratitude. Been some more hard things over the last few weeks that would blow your mind. We'll catch up soon. Today I have to give notes on the final mix. I have not seen the locked cut of the film. Evidently, it's been worked on more and she's been mixing. I'm getting to give notes as a studio today, not a director. Very hard, but I'm okay. Really doing a lot of work to detach. We made a beautiful baby together. The baby might not grow up to exactly who we wanted, who we thought, but it's still beautiful. And that's what I'm holding on to. Very proud of us. Wow, I can't say I'm shocked, because I was hoping that you were going to be able to not let this beat you down. And it sounds like you've achieved that. And yes, the movie we handed to her was so good that even if it's been screwed with, the base work will still shine through. The last I heard was that she was putting back a fair amount of our version, just not sure what that entailed or to what extent. I guess you'll find out today. Hang in there, and we'll all catch up when the wounds are not quite as fresh. Sending you love. If you think about it, we didn't even finish our director's cut because she intervened. So ideally, at some point, we can take a week and all just do it together for ourselves. But that opens up a can of worms. So we need to let this play out for a while before we pull that card. And your door will be knocked on. The amount of women who feel seen that's reaching people all over the world, that men are remembering their own traumas and having conversations with their partners. That's what we did. That's why we did this. And it worked. Still the dream. Incredible. That's the best news. Lively was not satisfied. She continued to extort Wayfarer, Baldoni, and even Sony, threatening to abandon her contractual obligations to promote the film. Here we go. Make her pay that money back. Or prove marketing materials if she wasn't awarded a producer's credit. And though Wayfarer had refused long ago to accede to this request when it was made during initial negotiations, Wayfarer now had his back against the wall and again had to concede. Listen, and I know y'all just upset with me harping back about that. If she was able to get this much, she is going to want this much. I don't know if y'all can see me. This much. I'm going to make it this big. She was only asking for this. She asked this little bit. And y'all have acquiesced, and now she's wanting the whole thing, the whole screen. This still wasn't enough. Lively later sought the coveted PGA mark on her producer's credit, a certified designation licensed by the producer gives me. And see, this is what's interesting to me. If she gave this, if she got this, now, y'all, I hope some people here who have worked in the film industry, y'all let me know. If you are given these things and are acquired these things through what everyone is talking about, coercion, is this coveted enough that it can be taken away? Because we did see in Justin Baldoni's complaint against New York Times, they did have a letter in there stating, or somebody wrote, I think it was James Heath, who said that I wrote the letter, but I wrote it under duress. So I'm wondering, could that certification designation be taken away? Or is it that, is in there and they're bad because they wrote the letter? Neither Baldoni nor Wayfarer believed Lively fulfilled the requisite criteria to earn this mark, but that did not matter to Lively. Lively demanded again with extortionate threats that Baldoni, Heath, and other producers and department heads send letters to the PGA in support of her certification. Despite the unanimous recognition of the absurdly and the unmistakably extortionate threats, Sony and other parties, despite being adamant not to support Lively's demand for the unentitled mark, ultimately acquiesced and submitted letters of support. However, Wayfarer and Baldoni firmly resisted because Lively did not perform the duties of a producer and therefore did not merit the mark, a distinction highly valued and taken seriously within the industry. That's what I needed to see. Wayfarer and Baldoni refused to devalue the contributions of actual producers on the film and as well who merited the mark and were unwilling to misrepresent Lively's contribution to the film. Having been forced in the face of extortionate threats to concede to Lively's every demand thus far, they believed it would be dishonest, unethical, and unjust to producers who rightfully earned the mark. To falsely represent to the PGA that Lively had fulfilled the requisite producing responsibilities, asking that they lie on her behalf was the final straw, or so they thought. In response, Lively instructed Sony to tell Wayfarer and Baldoni, any good left between us is done. What does that mean? Any good left between us is done. Who is this Sony producer? Because let's be very, very clear. Wayfarer and Sony are putting up the money for this. Money talks and BS walks. How are you allowing somebody who didn't chip in on the liquor drinking the whole bottle? What does this mean? Eventually, in the face of persistent threats and extortion, Wayfarer and Baldoni were left with little choice but to draft and sign a letter of support on Lively's behalf, but not before Heath sent an email to Wayfarer's attorneys documenting that he and Baldoni were signing the letter under duress. And this is the letter that I'm talking about. I'm writing to you all regarding a letter that I wrote on behalf of Justin and myself addressed to the Producers Guild. As you know, we received a request to write a recommendation on behalf of Blake for her to receive the PGA mark. This was a request that we feel was unreasonable and cold-hearted. Essentially, the movie had been taken unjustly from Justin as a director and essentially from Wayfarer's control due to the extortion of Blake. Without going into all the details of the events that have transpired over the months, Justin and I ended up agreeing to write a letter due to the feeling trapped. She continued to hold a threat over our heads, and every time we try to hold a line, she uses that threat either directly or indirectly for us to fold. Make no mistake, I'm not suggesting that we were literally forced to acquiesce, but given the high profile of the movie, the partnership with Sony, the amount of money invested, and the need to complete the movie, we have written a letter on her behalf admitting the truth for how and why she was able to contribute the way she did. Who wrote that? This is the person. Him and Justin Baldoni's friendship then caused all of this mess. Yes, exactly. That's going against industry standards. So now, with all of this, everything is coming to light. So now, we're going to have to know how we deal with Blake Lively moving forward. How are we dealing with Ryan Reynolds moving forward? Because I'm quite sure that's why they did not go. I'm thinking, my opinion, don't have any thing on that. I just believe that was because, in my opinion, if you believe that you are championing and you have stick-to-itiveness and you know that what you're talking about and you're championing it, why didn't you go to the Golden Globes? You were invited. I know Ryan Reynolds was invited. Why didn't you go? Because what you believe and what has transpired, you say you have the upper hand. Why didn't you go? Because you knew you don't have the backing of your peers in Hollywood. That's what I think. I'm sorry. That's what I think. I don't think you have the backing of the peers in your profession. So you're trying to lay low. All of this leeway. Who is this Sony executive giving all of this leeway? Who is this person? There's a rumor that she asked them to be a presenter because her husband was being nominated and they turned her down. So she pouted and didn't go. Hmm. Mm, mm, mm. And this is the letter that they wrote. And Jamie Heath signed. Because I don't see Justin signing it. I don't see Justin's signature on here anywhere. Just like I didn't see Justin's signature on that 17-point thing. I just saw Jamie's signature. As the premiere of the film approached, Lively made good on her promise and instructed Sony that she and the cast would not participate in any marketing or promotion of the film alongside Baldoni, in spite of Baldoni and Wayfarer acquiescence to all of her demands. She made certain that Baldoni was removed from all artwork for the film and stripped him of his "a film by" credit. Lively and Reynolds also unfollowed him on social media, as did the author of the book, someone with whom Baldoni had maintained a 5-year personal relationship and for whom Baldoni created the opportunity. See, there we go again. Y'all cannot make me not think. Like I said, I can't prove it, But that tells me that Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, somebody from Sony, and Colleen were sitting down having conversations. The other cast members also unfollowed Baldoni, creating the false impression that Baldoni had done something wrong. On information and belief, Lively induced the other cast members to shun Baldoni in an early attempt to give fans the impression that Baldoni had committed an egregious sin, something so egregious that no one wanted to even take photos with him or have him around. Lively was leaving what she had earlier referred to as crumbs, a social media strategy she had learned from a close celebrity friend, to give fans just enough to allow them to come to their own conclusions, thereby launching an army of detectives that, on information and belief, Lively hoped would turn against Baldoni. The unfollowing of Baldoni by cast members and even the author of the book, who had a long-standing relationship, was done without warning or any communication from them, in stark contrast to the warm praise and appreciation cast members had until that point was always showered on him. For example, Isabella Ferreira, cast as young Lily, exchanged grateful texts with Baldoni during and after her filming stint, which included a number of scenes involving intimacy. So here's the text. I'm not going to go over. I just, you could just see where she's saying, thank you so much. I'm excited, and all of this other stuff. So he's got those texts. Tellingly, Fiera worked with Baldoni when Lively was not on the set. It was not until Fiera spent substantial time with Lively doing film promotion that Fiera felt compelled to shun Baldoni in repudiation of her warm words. It became clear that Lively was laying the groundwork to explain away her theft of the film and exile of Baldoni. Presumably, she was concerned that her shocking conduct would be frowned upon if it became widely known. Baldoni had no intention of ever making this information public. In fact, as a co-star of the film, both he and the studio who co-financed the film had spent millions of dollars, had every reason to want the film to succeed. Any suggestion otherwise is illogical. Baldoni promoted the film as originally intended, gave Lively full credit and praise, and done everything in his power at every painful turn of making this film with Lively to ensure the film's success. He was in that corner because they signed that 17-point thing. If they had not signed that 17-point thing, which in essence gave Blake Lively carte blanche, you wouldn't be in this situation. Because I'm going to continue. Baldoni later received word that during the premiere of his movie Deadpool and Wolverine, Reynolds approached Baldoni's agency, namely an executive at UME. Can't make me believe that this didn't happen, and expressed his deep disdain for Baldoni, suggesting that the agency was working with a sexual predator, a phrase that uncoincidentally later appeared in the press, and at a later date demanded that the agent drop Baldoni. His wielding of power and influence became undeniable. Baldoni and Wayfarer grew increasingly fearful of what Lively and Reynolds were capable of, as their actions seemed aimed at destroying Baldoni's career and personal life. Of course. Because here you all are with a $330 million net, 300, she's 30, he was 330. So y'all got a $360 million net worth to someone who has a $4 and $5 million net worth, who probably put a lot of his money into this film. You can technically bully him out of the situation in an effort to try to make him sell the rights to this film. Excuse me. But Telltale. This is a film that, from all accounts, cost $20 million to make. And they've had a worldwide, they did $148 million domestically, and they did 202, three, just rounding up, $1 million worldwide. Have him listed as a director. Mm. So this changes a lot of stuff, because that tells me that the production company made a lot of money. Or am I reading that wrong? Sony got their investment back, plus the domestic violence nonprofit got their 1%. So even with him being cast out, Justin Baldoni made some money. This pivotal moment terrified Baldoni and ultimately caused him to seek help anywhere he could to protect his reputation, his partners, his wife, his children, and family from false accusations that could ruin their lives. Desperate, terrified, and in the position for the first time, he sought expert guidance as was advised to engage a crisis PR to be ready in case Reynolds and Lively decided to unleash their wrath on them. As is customary, a proposal was prepared for him with available measures and quotes of what each suggested measure would cost. This proposal, wrongfully obtained from the very public relations company that once represented Baldoni, with whom he had recently severed ties, was later used by Lively to knowingly and falsely assert that Baldoni had agreed to the most aggressive option in the proposal. Lively falsely and ironically alleges Baldoni set out on a smear campaign to destroy Lively, despite the thousands of documents she alleges to have that would prove otherwise. Notwithstanding, Lively, her team, and the Times worked in concert to cherry pick, deliberately misconstrue, splice, and alter private communications to manufacture a self-serving and factual, baseless narrative. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I have read these before, and I'm not going to try to read them again. They're too small. But this is what I'm going to say about all of this. There's no way that I'm about to pay you some money and then you don't do the job that I asked for you to do. And because you are PO'd and you don't want to do the job I asked you to do, and I'm talking about Stephanie Jones, you then leak my information that I previously paid you for to the opposition because you're so PO'd about some internal stuff. This is just me. But that's not a PR firm that I would ever want to work with again. And I am aware that there's some mess with her company and other people. I think it was The Rock or somebody that had issues with her or the company. So what we're looking at, for those of you that have not heard these texts or anything like that, is that these are text messages between Baldoni and his crisis PR team. And the way they have it listed is when you see this line here, these are the texts and things that were excluded from what they cherry picked to put in the New York Times article. So these are the text messages between them. And these text messages were given to Blake Lively's team by Stephanie Jones because she was upset that Justin Baldoni decided to sever ties with her and sever ties because he didn't feel like they were doing, or there was something that happened that he wanted done. She didn't want to do it. And so they severed ties. But we'll figure out what that is. Let's continue. And again, these are the text messages as well. Because the way the text messages are written, they appear to say why they have been excluded and excluded. They were pulling out the things that didn't work in their favor. But I'll give you some. I don't know if you all can see that. Let me see if I can make that bigger. Because it is difficult to read, because I'm struggling, and you all are probably struggling too. But I'll just give a few seconds to, that you all can look at it. And again, these are text messages between Justin Baldoni and his PR team. And again, these are PR messages that were leaked or given to Blake Lively team. Now, from what I understand, or way they are telling it, so I can be fair, they're saying that Blake Lively's team is saying that they received these text messages via a subpoena. And these are coming from, I guess, the lawsuit that they had. So Blake Lively's lawsuit. So they're just doing screenshots and all of that from this. There is a lot. Protection for return from production. I'm gonna start calling it. I'm not carrying my ass back to work until you sign this form. Thank you so much, Victoria. Protection for return to production. I need Sony to explain why they conceded too. JB was following Sony's lead because they did zero to check her too. So many questions. Great question, P. Thank you so much for that. Great question. Why in the world? You are the money people. You are the money people. Do you all think, since it was only a few months after the strike, that Sony didn't want to ruffle any feathers? I'm just throwing it out there. I can't tell you one way or the other, but I'm just trying to, as from that standpoint. Do you think the threat because she inevitably, after the film was done, she inevitably because she still got the bad press. But this is the best question I want to know. Since she wanted a producer in there, because who paid for all this extra stuff? Whose pockets were bled dry for all this extra stuff? The extra producer, the extra editing, the firing of the editors, and then the hiring of new editors. No one is suing Sony. I think it's because Sony was in charge of production. But still, this question still needs to be answered. If they were in charge of production, why did they concede to all of those demands? Hold on, just one. So let me share my screen real quick so that you all can see what caused me to go quiet real quick. So I typed in Sony's relationship with Ryan Reynolds. And AI says that Sony has a relationship with Ryan Reynolds that includes It Ends With Us. Interesting. Sony's decisions regarding this is what AI is telling me, which is a little scary, but we just gonna go with it. Sony's decision regarding It Ends With Us were influenced by its relationship with Reynolds. The movie was involved in a Hollywood power struggle that highlighted issues in the entertainment industry. Reynolds had behind-the-scenes influence on the movie. It says Sony secured the rights to Clue from Hasbro. Sony planned to make Clue a major project with Reynolds attached to star in it. And so this is a thread. Now I don't know if I want to pull that up because I always like to, because everybody on these little different things, unless it's coming from a true journalistic approach. I don't like to quote all those different things unless, I just don't. Let me see. Y'all saw that too, who his best friend is. So maybe that's how he was able to convince Hugh Jackman to come back to Marvel. So that answered AI answered the question that I had. So Sony and Ryan Reynolds have projects lined up. So they currently have at least 3 projects that they have done together. So Sony has a lot of money tied into Ryan Reynolds. So therefore, it looks like he has the pull to be able to do the things because they have other movies. They only had, it looks like they only had this movie with Justin Baldoni. I don't think Blake was their cash cow. I think Ryan Reynolds was their cash cow. And Blake used that relationship that Sony had with her husband to get what she wanted. Exactly. Hey, Kat, happy Friday. Okay. Yeah. Because Sony, again, y'all, Sony has it. Why isn't I'm still trying to figure out. Sony put up the money. They were distributing this movie. The contract was between Wayfarer and Sony. Wayfarer had to put up a certain amount of money for this as well. Sony assist with the financing. Because Sony was in too deep. They were in uh, deep enough to be able to let emails to Jamie Heath discussing things and making decisions on certain things. So Sony was in there, regardless of what their role was. If they were the distributor, but they did finance. They did provide financial assistance for this movie. And why is Sony acquiescing to that? We kind of figured out it's because they've got money and ties to Ryan Reynolds. And again, I'm going to go through this because, like I said, these are just the text messages that they excluded from the New York Times article, and they are a lot. All right. Meanwhile, Lively systematically excluded Baldoni from all marketing and promotional efforts with her in the cast for the film. He was not invited to any cast promotional events, cast screenings, premieres, photo shoots, or other cast campaigns. Baldoni was marginalized from the marketing process. The purported marketing plan allegedly created by Sony, which was later referenced in the Lively's CRD complaint as agreed to by all and attached as an exhibit as fact, even though it was merely talking points and not a binding contract, was never the plan Baldoni agreed to. All right. What's this? I'm just going to go down here. Oh, okay. So it ends with us. The first Colleen Hoover novel adapted for the big screen tells a compelling story of Lily Bloom, Blake Lively, a woman who overcomes a traumatic childhood to embark on a new life in Boston and chase a lifelong dream of opening her business. A chance meeting with charming neurosurgeon Ryle Kincaid, Justin Baldoni, sparks an intense connection, but as the two fall deeply in love, Lily begins to see sides of Ryle that remind her of her parents' relationship. When Lily's first love, Atlas Corrigan, played by Brandon Gilner, suddenly re-enters her life, her relationship with Ryle is upended. Excuse me. Excuse me. And Lily realized she must learn to rely on her own strength to make it an impossible choice for her future. Directed by Justin Baldoni and produced by Alex Sachs, Jamie Heath, Blake Lively, and Christy Hall. The film stars Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, all these people. Let me see. Positioning. Is there a name of this form? Did they say what the name of this was? Marketing plan? Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni are starring in the film adaptation of Colleen Hoover's highest selling novel, It Ends With Us. This is the first film for her. Justin Baldoni is also directing and executive producing, as well as starring. Blake Lively is also producing. Is it perfectly cast as Atlas? Teen versions of Atlas and Lily are played by these two actors and actresses. It Ends With Us is a big, emotional, complicated story about breaking free from the past and empowering yourself in your future. The character of Lily Bloom has resonated with so many readers because her journey is relatable. Her story isn't black and white. Okay. I'm not going to read all this. This says here, what to avoid. This is the stuff that they were supposed to promote. This is what to avoid. Focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about domestic violence. Empowerment is not just about standing up to adversity, but also having the power to overcome within oneself and grow from developing agency to shape the future. Avoid talking about this film that makes it happy, makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. Avoid talking about the film being representative of every woman's story. There are many stories of domestic violence, and this is just one perspective that is inspired by Colleen Hoover's own experiences growing up. Only if asked. Any questions about the story not being an authentic representation of domestic violence? This is just one perspective that inspired by Colleen Hoover and own deeply personal story of growing up in Texas. Any questions about the lack of diversity in the cast? We have such a wonderful cast who brings something unique in telling this powerful story of one woman learning to take agency over her future. I'm so proud to be part of this incredible group, la la la. Overall guidance, keep in mind that the journalists only use a small portion for their final pieces, so we need to provide sound bites and at the most 2 or 3 sentence answers. Anything longer will be cut or misconstrued, especially given this sensitive topic and how to quickly out of text answers spread on social. You can still get your messaging across just with carefully chosen words. This is so fascinating to me. This whole PR stuff is fascinating to me. While It Ends With Us is an emotional, complicated story, it also is about hope and breaking free. Okay. So this is what they're sent out with when they're marketing the film. So they're sent out with their little talking points, as I'm gonna call it. So that's why when you see these actors in these press junkets, their answers are the way they are. That's why when you see, they'll ask a question and the journalist will ask an open-ended question, and they will just do a couple, well, this is something, and every time you see them with every other different journalist, it's almost the same types of answers. Okay. I'm learning something. That's why I'm acting like this. I'm absolutely learning something. So that makes me when I look at these press junkets from now henceforth, I'm understanding now why they're not giving any answers. And now I'm understanding why Blake Lively didn't come across how she came across, because she was giving too much information and it didn't make any sense. In fact, against much resistance from the film's distributor, Baldoni from day one made it clear that he was making this film to bring awareness to domestic violence and would not refrain from doing so when promoting the film. He did not go rogue, as Lively alleges. Justin. This was August 11th at 6 a.m., 6:48 a.m. Good morning, team. So I was thinking about the response to this weekend, and I feel like what we should do is make sure to emphasize the voices of the survivors. It's going to be a lot of buzz, how much money the movie made, but I want to be the one that always directs back to the survivors. So I would love to come up with some sort of video or carousel of messages from survivors in the response to the film. While in Sweden celebrating his wife's birthday, Baldoni was informed that Lively demanded he not attend the film's premiere on August 6, 2024. Lively further threatened that if Baldoni attended the premiere, she and the majority of the cast would boycott. It remained unclear what Lively had communicated to or promised the cast, but they now also refused to attend if Baldoni was present. And fun fact, I think I showed this in my video. Ryan Reynolds was doing the press junket with them. He was asking the questions and all this other stuff. And then also his mother was there. And it was almost like they were making sort of like a mockery because they were trying to show that they had control. A mess. The fact that Sony advised Wayfarer to concede underscores Lively and Reynolds' immense power and influence. Baldoni and Wayfarer refused to succumb to the bullying tactics aimed at excluding them from the premiere. Oh, now you put your foot down. A project that they had financed, produced, and owned. This threat marked the culmination of a year-long campaign of intimidation, harassment, and civil extortion. Although objectively egregious and shocking, the Wayfarer team had unfortunately grown accustomed to the bullying, fully aware of the immense power this couple wielded and the far-reaching extent of their influence. However, they refused to give in to this entirely unreasonable demand and valiantly searched for a compromise with Lively so they can attend the premiere of the film that Baldoni had directed and co-starred in, and that Wayfarer had co-financed and produced. He moved mountains to negotiate a scenario that Lively would permit, with the help of Sony, as Lively refused to speak to anyone connected with Wayfarer. This is a great exercise in something that my father always told me. You don't pay anybody your money and kiss their ass too. This is egregious. You do not pay anybody your money and kiss their behind too. And this is affirming to me what my father told me. Just days before the film's premiere, Baldoni was still unsure if he would be allowed to attend. His friends and family, most traveling from outside New York, were left in limbo, unable to finalize travel plans or book flights, which is so sad. Because you could, which is so sad. And this is so petty to me. Because you could have been in a theater. He could have walked the carpet. You could have been on one side of the theater. His family could have been on the other side of the theater. And that could have been it. This is not petty. This is beyond that. And y'all come up with the word of what you call this. I'm going to let y'all come up with the word down in the chat. Because this is beyond petty to me. Just days before the film's premiere, Baldoni was still unsure if he'll be allowed to attend. His friends, okay, we read that. Baldoni did the best he could to hide his pain. Despite not having seen the final cut of the movie, he co-starred, co-financed, and directed. He paid somebody his money, and he kissed their ass. Let this be a lesson. Never pay anybody your money and kiss their ass too. Because here she is. She did not chip in the liquor run, but she's drinking the whole 5th bottle of gin, vodka, tequila, whatever it is, your choice. He wanted to celebrate the culmination of his years of work with his family and friends. Long story, but we won't be in the same room. I was asked not to even come to the premiere. I can figure it out. Well, if you decide to change your mind, this is Justin Bone. If you decide to change your mind last minute, let me know and let's figure it out together. I'm going to be there, and that's just different timing and holding areas and theaters and all the things you can imagine. It's still our film. It would be very hard for me to sit and watch the final film for the first time at the premiere. Just cheer for us when our names come up. Sending all love. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it either. Finally, through Sony, Wayfair persuaded Lively to permit Baldoni and the Wayfair team, along with their friends and family, to attend, though only under demeaning and humiliating conditions. They were relegated to a separate theater to view the film. And if you saw my last video, you saw Bethany Frankel talk about that. Let me see if I have that. Yeah, I don't have that anymore. I got rid of those, but there was a TikTok with Bethany Frankel, who talked about the fact that she went to the premiere and people were going to one. She saw Justin Baldoni, and that's where she walked. She went into that theater. His theater didn't have it. His theater was almost practically empty. There were people in there, but she said she felt that the aura was palpable. There was just something wasn't right, and she had to talk to her publicist about it. She said something just didn't feel right. And she got up and she walked out of the premiere, and she was afraid that she was going to be seen as that's a faux pas to walk out of a premiere. But she said she could feel the uneasiness, and I'm paraphrasing. They were relegated to a separate theater to view the film, required to arrive at a different time than the rest of the cast, and instructed to leave the red carpet immediately once Lively arrived. Baldoni was also excluded from the official celebrity after party, despite it being an event ultimately paid for by Sony and Wayfair. As a result, Baldoni had to quickly organize and fund a separate after party. See, I hope he has receipts. I hope they have receipts for all this. Because, see, I'd want my money back for that. Since they did all, I want my money back. Who do they get it back from? They get it back from Sony? Forcing the company to cover the cost for two events, one for Lively and everyone else, and one for Baldoni and Wayfair own friends, family, and crew and team. These are the people that I hurt for. Because these are the people that signed up to do a job. They did their job, and then they were iced out of their job by somebody else. These are the people who I hold so much grace and compassion for. And these are the people that through all of this, no one is looking at. All those editors that we see the text messages from that started off on the film, and then they were iced out of the film, that they were hired to edit. The producers, the crew, the people whose names are on, whose names are going to be listed in the credits. And they were relegated to the back. And Sony saw no problem with that. I'm telling you, their perspective is so interesting to me, and their perspective is going to resonate through Hollywood. Their perspective is going to resonate through Hollywood. Upon Upon arrival, Baldoni began participating in red carpet photos and interviews, absent the presence of the remainder of the cast. However, his time on the red carpet was abruptly cut short when it was conveyed that Lively was on her way, and he was instructed to stop immediately. He and his family were quickly ushered away. Security personnel acting as though there was a risk of escape. Can you imagine how humiliating it is that your money paid for these security personnel to act like you are the criminal in a function that you paid for? There, they were confined to a makeshift holding area surrounded by concession stand stock with only fold-out tables and chairs arranged in a square. Surrounded by close friends, family, soda bottles, and a lot of love, the irony of being held in a basement and what was arguably one of the most important nights of Baldoni's career thus far was not lost on anyone. Do you see this mess? Because a picture is worth 1,000 words. They brought these people popcorn and soda downstairs. There's holes literally in the ceiling. The air-conditioned vents don't look like they've been dust in a month of Sundays. I would have done a quick Denzel and looked at them sodas and said, I'm leaving here with something. I'm leaving here with something. But they're in good spirits. But look at this. A picture is worth 1,000 words. This man paid his money. But again, that goes back to this people pleasing got him in trouble. Once the main theater was deemed clear of Lively and her guests, Baldoni and his group were ushered into a separate theater to view the film. And that's what Bethany Frankel. So we have an independent story of what happened. Baldoni, his group were ushered into a separate theater to view the film. At the conclusion of the screening, they were quickly again escorted out of the building by security to avoid even a chance of interacting with Lively and her guests. The Wayfarer after party, held separately from the celebrity event and attended by crew and family, and the other Wayfarer friends, was a dry gathering in part to acknowledge the known negative relationship between alcohol and domestic violence. It was attended by the Wayfarer team from Los Angeles and their friends and family. The atmosphere and tone of the Wayfarer after party was aligned with Baldoni's vision for the film, focusing on celebration, gratitude, and despite being humiliated. In the meantime, Baldoni was sidelined as Lively and Sony pressed forward with their promotional strategy for the film. By contrast, Baldoni's marketing plan, outlined in his initial proposal to Sony's years past, shared with Lively and communicated numerous times to both Sony and Lively, centered on a partnership with the organization No More. Founded in 2013, No More is a global initiative aimed at raising awareness, inspiring action, and sparking conversations to end domestic violence and sexual assault. Wayfarer's collaboration with the organization began in 2022 and held a deep personal significance for both Wayfarer and Baldoni. Staying true to his purpose for undertaking the film, Baldoni prioritized amplifying the voices of survivors of domestic violence. His efforts reflect at the heart of the film's story and its profound impact on audiences. He returned to the core reason for embarking on the project in the first place, his initial outreach to the author of It Ends With Us 5 years earlier. Focusing on the film's message and its potential to create positive change, Baldoni poured himself into ensuring its success despite the mounting challenges. These genuine efforts aimed at amplifying the voices of survivors impacted by the film were later mischaracterized and weaponized against Baldoni. In the end, empowered by her celebrity firepower and her powerful allies, and you remember those allies that she talked about that were her dragons, Taylor Swift, another long-term friend, which I'm assuming allegedly was Hugh Jackman, and others. Lively did exactly what she set out to do. She took someone else's movie for her own, destroying years of creative vision and careful planning in service of her own brand building campaign. But why would Lively even seek to seize power over the film? Why would she insist on taking additional work for no additional pay or credit? On information and belief, this is getting juicy. Lively may have been motivated by a number of factors. She may have wanted to seize control of the film so she could take over the production of the sequel, It Starts With Us. This motivation also explains why the cast, who may have hoped and or been promised a role in subsequent productions, would choose to side with the powerful couple, who themselves may genuinely believe they could destroy Baldoni and Wayfarer to force them to cede or even sell the rights to the sequel. They don't put it down on paper. They have put it down on paper. Let me go back. 173. They done put it down. They have put it down on paper. What everyone was feeling. Everyone thought. Or Lively may have felt driven to match her star husband, Ryan Reynolds, who is widely reported to have insisted on taking so much control over the film Deadpool 2 that the director, Tim Miller, left the project. Seeing the fame and success that Reynolds commanded, she may have opted his oft-repeated pattern wholesale to seize her own power and control. Following his lead and evidenced by many statements by Lively that he is involved in every project she works on and vice versa, accustomed to getting their way. It would be interesting if they go back and subpoena people from her former projects and see if any of this behavior happened. Regardless of why Lively insisted on seizing control of the film, that is precisely what she did. There can be no justification for her Machiavellian and civilly extortionate tactics deployed to grab complete control over the film. Lively also sought ultimate control over the film in the hope of boosting her own brand and business adventures. In the end, though Lively's own words and promotional strategy led to an avalanche of negative press. Lively's power grab and catastrophic miscalculation collapse on her. Because let's be clear, you are exactly right. Thank you so much, Urban Guru, for watching. And he wrote some of the story because I understand that there was a big brouhaha between the first Deadpool's director and Ryan Reynolds. And I mean it, and the from what I remember, and it's been a while since I read that article, and I'm gonna have to try to pull it up and find it. But it's some of the same tactics. Writing some of the writing some of the jokes, coming across like, I have a little comedic background, and we can add some humor and stuff like that. I can write the jokes and stuff like that. Oh, they do. They do. But again, as I said in my last video, this was like the perfect storm. And here's how I'm going to say it, because like I said, I'm holding everybody accountable for their own mess. You have Justin Baldoni, who is an actor and a director. And he is one of those people, from his personality, it seems that he is very much about the art form. And he also has a people-pleasing personality. And the very first time, and Jamie Heath, who is the CEO, he doesn't have the backbone needed to put Baldoni in check. So he started acquiescing to things, and she was able. He gave her an inch, and she took the whole show. He gave her one line, and she took the whole show. She started off with the wardrobe. She got bad press from that. Then she started on wanting to write scenes. He let her write scenes, which was the absolute no-no, because you had writers who already had written on the show. So then we find out later, through Blake Lively's own words, that her husband was writing scenes and stuff for the show that he was not associated for. He was not credited on anything. He had no contractual obligation to do any of that. Blake Lively had no contractual obligation to do any of that. I blame Wayfair because they didn't put their foot down and told her no. Like I said before, Cat Williams said, you got to tell Diddy no. Someone should have told Blake Lively no. And there should have been a paper trail. Every time she made a demand, there should have been a paper trail to get somebody to put her in check. Because all this started, and they had only filmed maybe a week and a half of filming before they had gone on strike. I blame Sony. Sony didn't keep her in check. They acquiesced to everything. I blame her because she got that bad press from her own. Even before there was an instance of having to do that 17-point plan that she came back with, she got bad press from the wardrobe that she created. So any and all bad press, in my opinion, that's her. The problem here, and I'm putting it on Wayfarer as a company at whole, You didn't do right by the people that you hired as far as the crew. You didn't do right by them because of you acquiescing for too much. Because there's no, if you all are the artsy fartsy types of people, you need that cutthroat person that's going to handle and do business. Because when Blake Lively had threatened to walk, you could have let her walk because she hadn't signed her employment agreement. Now that's information from yesterday. Go back through the that 5-hour live. She hadn't even signed the employment agreement. Thank you so much. Hey, Kaya. Kaya's there, everyone. Jay Bree wrote in his book that he thought he might have scared Britney Spears when she made a guest appearance on Jane the Virgin. It was very innocent. Blake then wore Britney's dress at the premiere. Here's my thoughts on that. That sounds very manipulative. That sounds very manipulative to me. Because you're playing mind games. And again, Justin Baldoni's personality would make him very susceptible to that. And that to me is such a shame. They knew Blake had fans. They knew she was going to bring in the big bucks. But here's the thing. And this riddle me this. You come in as the talent and you see something looks good and you want to be a part of it. Why not do the point of least resistance instead of doing all this manipulating? Sit down with Wayfair and say, let me in on this. Come up with a plan that you can show some good faith. Put in on it an extra $2, $3, $4 million. He was a people pleaser. Because here's my question. If contracts were already established, did she make more money on this or did she just make the salary that was paid to her? Were there some back end monies that she received? And the reason why I asked this question, was there a contract renegotiated with Sony? And the reason why I asked this is a lot to do. A lot of sneaky, manipulative stuff to just get the same pay. There had to be a gold nugget at the end of the road. Something that she saw that was so appealing for her to do all of this. There had to be. What was that? Oh, thank you so much, Kaya. Pam, I understand you blaming JB and Wayfair, but does it justify her literally trying to destroy this guy's life and entire legacy? Also, great work. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I only blame him for the stuff that he was responsible for. But her manipulating who he was, how he was to get to where this was, that's all on her. And let me tell it, her karma was her bad press. because people can see through. Uh, uh, my mother always tell me, go with your first mind. If you see and you feel something's not right, it's not right. And don't let anybody convince you that it is. Your best bet is to leave the situation. Stop trying to negotiate to make that situation that you feel in your spirit and you see with your eyes, that's not right. And I hate that his personality, his people pleasing, him being kind, I hate that that was exploited, and him being an artist. I hate that that was exploited by this. But my question still remains: what gold nugget did she see at the end of the road that she thought that this was worth all of that? Because if it was just to compete with her husband because her husband did it and he gave her the game plan and to see if she can do it, oh, that's why you got the bad press, because that karma is coming back and coming back hard. But I blame him for giving her that inch. Everything else is Blake Lively, and when him signing. And the thing that hurt my heart is the fact that he signed that 17-point thing without fighting, because there's no way in the world that there wouldn't have been a lot of pushback. I know y'all wanted this film to go on, but I don't think that at that point, y'all were already out 2 or 3, 4 weeks or whatever, however much time it was with the strikes. I don't think another week, another 2 weeks of negotiating would have harmed anything. And thank you so much, Kaya. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel. It was a bad power play. That's what I reported, that there was an offer made in September. And then in December, you had the civil rights complaint. And then in December, you had the lawsuit. Ryan Reynolds tried to get on it, but they said no. Thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you so much for the $19.90. I do appreciate you all supporting the channel. I really, truly do. Even though my voice has sounded a little miffed, I really do appreciate this. It's like cooking a sauce. If you burn the bottom of the pan, you have to start all over again. He didn't want to start all over again midway through. And I understand that. I truly, truly do. And I will be the first to tell you, I don't understand a lot of the ins and outs of Hollywood. And this is why this story I have gravitated to, because like I told you all before, it's the PR and the cutthroatness of going on. And I hope we get to that. The PR, the part with them, he's suing them. Let's get to that. But I'm like, how much film, and also he didn't read the room. Because if she played him like this, well, he probably couldn't. I don't know. I don't know. And like I said, I'm speaking from a layperson from the outside. My first instinct was, if she didn't sign her employee contract, and she may have signed it at a later date, I don't know. She ain't got no leg to stand on. And those would have been with every point, just like they outlined every point in this particular lawsuit. Every point would have been outlined before I would have signed anything. Because if you decided that you didn't want to negotiate, I definitely would have outlined it. The points where she was talking about uh, 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 she wanted final say of something. That would have been something that I would, because that's what iced them out. That is what I feel. That whatever, we'll go back and look up that point, but that's what iced them out. Yeah, signing those set with, oh my gosh, it was so bad. Oh, that was so bad. Because every one of those points I would have marked, I would have done. And if she would have been like, well, I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to do that, I would have said, then you have the mechanisms to do what you need to do. So if this is what's going to happen, that we need to do that, because listen, y'all, we're talking about this extra money. They paid all that extra money to hire new editors. They paid all that extra money to have a separate um filming red carpet premiere for Justin Baldoni. They paid all that money for the wardrobe. They were already paying all that money. There's no way that I'm not going to believe when you add all that extra money up, it would have been comparable to hiring a new actress. And my petty butt would have said, call Scarlett Johansson. He didn't. Jamie, that's why I was saying, Jamie Heath needs to not be the CEO. Someone else with a stronger temperament, and he be something else because he signed it. And where was their lawyers with all of this? And I think he was starstruck. And again, you know where the problem, Kai, that I think that happened with that? When y'all started taking meetings at her house. Because you will never have power over someone else in their own home. So Ryan Reynolds can talk to him any kind of way. And can you imagine being there? And Taylor Swift is there, and his kids probably love themselves some Taylor Swift. Hugh Jackman, who I'm assuming was the other person that was there, and or other people in the house. And Ryan Reynolds is up there flexing his muscles in his own home as he could. And he got big old huge, jacked up Hugh Jackman in there. For the business that they're in, I would feel intimidated too. And I'm not going to tell a lie. And especially if there's someone that you look up to, I would feel a little intimidated too. But I tell you what, as soon as he started trying to call me out my name and all that other stuff, I'd have picked up my purse like Annalise Keaton and walked up out of there. My goodness. Well, if you know, and that's the thing about this PR, and I hope we're getting to that really quickly. That's the thing about the PR firm. If I hire you, if I pay you my money, even if I go against your advice, if you feel like my advice even if your advice, if I don't take your advice and you feel like you can no longer go on with me, that's fine. But don't give my text messages to the opposition. My petty butt would have hired Scarlett Johansson. I would have told her, look, this is going to be a smash. We'll pay you on the back end. And Scarlett Johansson would have killed that role. Killed it. And that's why I was saying, like, somebody else should have been the CEO, because that would have been in the back of my mind. Okay, what's the plan if Blake Lively gets in here and cut up? Because again, they had knowledge that she had been a problem on different sets. So it would have been like, what's the plan? If she cuts up or she does this or whatever, my first plan, listen, she's married to so and so and so, and he likes to take over some stuff. This is some of the bloop, 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 whatever we hear in Hollywood, because that's what I would have hired my PR team or detectives. I would have hired them to figure out all the little stuff that happened on their other sets. Was it a cost? Yes. But look how much money you paid on the back end, and then you got iced out your own crap. Okay, here's our plan to figure out what's going to happen if she cuts up and does this. Well, we know Justin, he's spineless. And I don't mean that, like I think he's spineless, but I'm just saying if we were sitting in that movie, he's gonna inevitably cave if she asks him questions. So let's do this, let's do that, let's do this, and let's do that. Hire somebody to be the go-between. Don't directors have personal assistants? Or somebody that, when the talent wants to talk to them, because I know the talent has it. Ding, 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 ding. Ladies and gentlemen, this, you have them in neutral places. Thank you, William, because it cuts out a lot of different things. It cuts out a power dynamic. It cuts out a lot of the he say, she says, or you walked into my bedroom inappropriately and all this other stuff. Because I know some people can get starstruck. Oh, can I have a tour of your home? That cuts out a lot of that stuff. When she refused to do the wardrobe check, then she agreed for the wardrobe to be as it is. We're gonna keep her as Blake Lively because she's in a class unto herself. And the reason why I say that, because Amber Heard and Johnny Depp had a relationship together. They were in a relationship. And that's where that's coming from. See, Blake Lively is coming from, as far as being in Hollywood, she's coming from a level of privilege and power. Her father was a director. She's married to, the it man of the moment, Ryan Reynolds. They are considered to be a power couple. So she's using her connections and her power, her husband's star power, to be manipulative, gross in the industry. So she's on a different level to me. Anytime she comes out, anytime that anybody comes in and they try to take over, or they take over a production, they done got Blake Lively. That's how she's in a whole different category to me. Probably so. But I will tell you, let just one little piece of this come out to show what's happening. Birds of a feather flock together. Another thing that my father taught me: birds of a feather flock together. But when you know better, you fly right. You get the heck out from around those people. And do you not think if being around Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds will start tarnishing their people's perception of them? Because Hollywood is also a perception game, an optics game. They will flock for them so quickly it'll make your head spin. Thank you. Appreciate it, Victoria. No, I don't think she has that pull. That's why I was saying, anytime that you want to, somebody's trying to take over your show, you got Blake Lively. That she's going to now become a verb. And she can say that, but Blake Lively promoted her as one of her dragons, like Games of Thrones, that she was Khaleesi. And her dragons protect her. She was already pulling her weight then. Y'all, let's continue. We're at the 2-hour mark. Starting at least July 10th, 2024, Lively's social media posts promoting the film maintain a lighthearted frothy attitude, depicting lively and glamorous and floral-inspired couture, highlighting the high-end brands like Chanel and Christian Louboutin. And I guess all this had to do with the fact that the film's star Lily was owned a flower shop. If audience had half the amount of fun we did, we're going to put theme parks out of business. In 20 years of doing this, I don't think I've ever experienced anything quite like surprising 2,500 fans with an early preview of It Ends With Us movie. To everyone who showed up in their floral jeans alongside us, including Brandon, who was that? Skillner, jeans handmade by me, and Isabella, at calling for Hoover, being mother in every way, turning it out for everyone at Book Bonanza. Blake Lively, is not even lost on me that I get to play dress up for a living. Yeah, she is really working this flower. I wish I could see this full dress right here because it looks like it's cute. This is July 29th, August. A month of flower fashion has begun. Let's be real. I only do these press tours so I can have an excuse to scrapbook, bake, and make flower arrangements. Blue jean baby, New York lady. Lively freely. Interspersed post about her new movie with ads for her new hair care line, Blake Brown. Upon information and belief, the launch of Blake Brown was timed to coincide with the film's release in the hopes that cross-promotional opportunities would boost sales for Lively's new brand. Look at there. And this was July 31st for her Blake Brown. The packaging looks interesting. Sorry. What is it? Iconic hair? Lively also sprinkled in cross promotions with her alcohol brand, Betty Booze. This was a massive error in judgment. Social media commenters quickly pointed out that this tie-in was in particularly poor taste, given that the World Health Organization estimates that 55% of domestic violence incidents are linked to alcohol. And they give reference to where they got that from down here. If y'all want to check that out. Betty Blooms. I've got a dream. When your company throws a florist themed party for your movie, I love the bottles as tiny vases. Tellingly, Wayfarer spotted the issues and called for a course correction long before Lively apparently realized the magnitude of her miscalculation. Wayfarer CEO Heath responded to the organic online criticism by noting that many people are pointing out that the domestic violence is being glossed over and that Justin is essentially the only one appreciating the subject matter, whilst others may not be giving it the proper respect it deserves. As you know, this has always been a concern of ours. So here is a letter to the Sony team by Jamie Heath on Friday, August 9th. Hey, y'all. Hey, all. We all see the noise and chatter regarding Justin and Blake and cast. This is all crazy. But I'd like for us to take a look at, and even in the midst of feuding, how many people are pointing out that the DV is being glossed over and that Justin is essentially the only one appreciating the subject matter, whilst others may not be giving it the proper respect it deserves. As you know, This has always been a concern of ours, and I think we might agree that there is enough response to at least consider giving it a bit more thought. We are opened with great numbers, and that is a testament to the movie itself, and also the way you've positioned it, no doubt. And we should listen to the responses and really embrace what we are hearing. It won't hurt the movie by being more deliberate in embracing the DV aspect. People need to know that we too recognize the gravity and sensitivities of this subject. Wayfarer's vice president of marketing and communication shared a post exemplifying the issue, which included the tagline, "Grab your friends, wear your florals," that soon became viral for all the wrong reasons. To Jamie Heath, Sony team, and they've got Jennifer Abel, who was a PR person. Good morning. Sharing this post that's using the exact language that has been called out for inappropriately marketing the film. Wish we could see the post. Okay, here it is. It ends with us movie and Sony pictures. It ends with grab your friends, wear your florals. It ends with us movies now playing exclusively in theaters. Get tickets. At Blake Lively, they don't say who this person is. Tone deaf from the beginning. Wear your florals. I love the movie. They should have given us some more examples. Heath and others at Wayfarer advised listening and responding to the wave of online criticism that had met the bubbly, sunny messaging that Lively herself embraced so wholeheartedly. Though Lively now claims that Heath, Baldoni, and others at Wayfarer sabotaged her by planting astroturfed media criticism of Lively, it seems that if she had listened to and respected plaintiffs' perspectives and insights in the unique sensitivities of marketing the film, rather than seizing the helm and then driving the ship aground. Everything would still be coming up roses for her. Most importantly, had she allowed Baldoni to take his rightful place side by side with her at the promotion of the film, Baldoni would assuredly have kept domestic violence in the spotlight during all promotions, which would assuredly have prevented her from hurting her own image. Lively's reputational backlash was entirely her own doing. This is Jamie Heath to Sony team and Jennifer Abel. To be clear, we are not saying it's inappropriately marketed in any way. In fact, you all have been brilliant. Thank you. Extremely honored to be partners with you. It's been fantastic. The proof is in the pudding. This post is only pointing to the ones who have spoke about the marketing. And while I'm not dissuaded by their commentary, it's good to take on some learning from this. I know and trust you understand the point, and I look forward to discussing it with you. I wish you would have told them the point. So therefore, when you put this in here, we would have known exactly what you were talking about. Don't always assume that people know what you're talking about. But once the backlash started on social media, without any effort by Lively to course correct entirely without any involvement or efforts by Baldoni, it rapidly spread to mainstream media. See all of these different things. So let's get down. Ooh. Lord have mercy. Let's go back up. We're gonna have to just read the thing. I didn't think it was this many. So you've got here what's going on with at the end of us drama. Blake Lively goes into damage control, finally addressing the domestic violence, and it ends with amid criticism over tone-deaf film promo. Blake Lively fans blast. It ends with us actress over tone-deaf and shallow interview with co-stars. People are disgusted by Blake Lively's cutesy press tour for It Ends With Us. Blake Lively dragged for marketing light of domestic violence. Why is everybody mad at Blake Lively? Fans are not impressed with Blake Lively's press tour. The It Ends With Us promo has failed domestic violence survivors like me. Blake Lively's It Ends With Us promotion called disrespectful by some survivors of abuse. Sorry, Blake Lively using a movie about domestic violence to sell stuff is not a good look. It Ends With Us was already problematic. Blake Lively's press tour made it worse. These are all articles, and they have the indeed, while Baldoni. Now that's the one. Now I will tell you this: the bright side of being iced out, even though I'm upset with the fact that he was iced out. The bright side of it is the fact that they didn't talk to Justin Baldoni about anything. And a lot of people, it looks like there are several articles, and I know we're going to get into the PR of it all, but they didn't talk to him. So he was hands free. And those letters show that Wayfarer was trying to tell Sony what was going on. Indeed, while Baldoni sought to focus on the film's central premise, Lively incensed audiences with seemingly flippant and thoughtless remarks, encouraging viewers to grab your friends and wear your florals. Embarrassed and enraged by this self-induced backlash, Lively now seeks to vilify Baldoni in a dubious attempt to resurrect her public image. Lively seeks to push the blame onto plaintiffs. Upon information and belief, Lively ordered her team to begin a campaign to frame herself as a martyr and pin the blame on plaintiffs. Behind the scenes, Lively's publicist, Leslie Sloan, devised and executed a smear campaign of her own against Baldoni. Known for her tendency to leak sensitive stories to provoke public controversy, Sloan reneged on an agreement with Nathan, who is Justin Baldoni's PR person, by continuing to disseminate false and defamatory stories about Baldoni and Wayfarer, a process she had begun long before Wayfarer and Baldoni ever retained Nathan. At 10:11 a.m. PST on August 8th, 2024, Nathan and Sloan reached an agreement whereby neither would communicate directly with a reporter prior to informing the other. Nathan states, "I am not doing one thing without speaking to you," to which Sloan responded, "Me either." So let me see this. So here we go. Reporting that Sloan allegedly arranged paparazzi photo shoots and pushed stories about Scientology to sway public support for Katie Holmes and Tom Cruise's divorce. Also, Tatiana Single, Harvey Weinstein backing publicist Leslie Sloan's new venture. Let's see what else. It says reporting on Sloan's acrimonious split with BWR to start her Harvey Weinstein-backed PR firm. Oh, so they linking her to old Harvey. All right, so this is August 8th. It says, Melissa, happy 2. I land in less than 2 hours. Thank you. Have a safe flight. Just also, I am not doing one thing without speaking to you. I'm not answering one email about the situation. I've told everyone not to not do one thing, plant seed, even speak to one reporter, even on background. Now I am involved. There will be no shock surprises to you. And Sloan says, me either. Just 9 minutes later, Sloan breached her agreement with Nathan by engaging with a reporter at the Daily Mail. The reporter asked to speak with Sloan regarding problems on the set involving Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni and the fallout over that, with Blake Lively being labeled as difficult and a power struggle existing. Sloan, without consulting Nathan, promptly responded, "That's 1,000% untrue. And further, your info is totally off. It is evident that Sloan never intended to honor her agreement with Nathan. Instead, she exploited the arrangements to gain strategic advantage in the media." To Leslie, Daily Mail reporter, Have to talk. Okay, so this is what they're talking about. Have to talk about some stuff that came in from reporters regarding Blake and her new movie drama on a plane. Like what? Well, it's a lot to text, but it's regarding problems on this set involving her and Justin Baldoni and fallout over that, with Blake being labeled difficult in a power struggle existing. That's 1,000% untrue, but I don't want to go on record. Never on record. Your info is totally off. There is clearly something going on because it's cold from it's cold from three reporters, and none of them are me. In fact, Sloan actively continued her discussion with the Daily Mail reporter, seeding false information to cast Baldoni in a negative light. Now, when was this text done? August 11th. In fact, Sloan actively continued her discussions with the Daily Mail reporter, seeding false information to cast Baldoni in a negative light. To divert attention from Lively's tyrannical behavior on set, Sloan attempted to portray Baldoni as the antagonist, stating, "The whole cast doesn't like Justin, nothing to do with Blake." She doubled down, insisting, "I'm telling you, she's a liar. They are panicking as the whole cast hates him." Sloan also threatened reporters, saying, "The entire case, I will have to go on record. This needs to hold." There's clearly something going on because it's okay. I'm just the only one not afraid to reach out to you. You have it all wrong. Your reporters are so wrong. Okay, I'm just being straight up with you because that's how I roll, always. I come to you because I actually like Blake and don't want Daily Mail to fuck with her. One of them said that Blake and Ryan insisted on rewriting the movie, and another that she got very opinionated over directorial issues. Do you want to ring me when you can land, and I'll tell them that they need to hold off on anything a few because her rep is unavailable and needs to at least get no comment. No one knows that we speak, just that you read emails from me and respond. Yes, please is the Yes, please, as thus info is all wrong. She didn't require script runs, nothing to do with us. She produced the film and got a cut. WTF is going on? The whole cast doesn't like Justin, nothing to do with Blake. Like I said, they're reporting. The reporting is that there was issues between her and Justice as well as others, and that Justin found it difficult to work with her. One of these reporters known is close with Steph Jones because they used to always get Tom Brady, Giselle shit, and Steph reps them, I believe. I told them she is awful and not to rely on anything she says. That's how Stephanie Jones gets in the mix. I'm telling you, she's a liar. They are panicking as the whole cast hates him. I promise she is lying. This will not look good for your site. The entire cast I will have go on record. Can you give me anything at all on what the issue is then if it's not her and it's him? No, I'm on a plane and this needs to hold. Sounds good. I'd like to clear this shit up. At 7:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on August 9th, 2024, Nathan, consistent with the pair's agreement, sent a text message to Sloan containing an email that she had received from a Daily Mail reporter. Unbeknownst to Nathan, this was the same reporter with whom Sloan had been communicating the day prior. Nathan confirmed that she played no part in the story and told Sloan, "I'm going to have to speak with him, but I'm just going to tell him nothing." She added, "Happy to chat to you beforehand if you prefer." Sloan deliberately admitted the fact that she had spoken with the reporter just 24 hours prior, stating, "Let me know how it goes." And that's too small for me to read. "Morning, I just got this. I'm going to have to speak to him, but I'm just going to tell him nothing." Let's see if we can zoom in to see this. Nah, this looks like it's going blurry. Happy to chat with you beforehand if you prefer. Let me know how it goes. Truth behind why Blake Lively is feuding with Jason Baldoni revealed. I'm on a Zoom call. Call you right back. Despite their agreement, Nathan was completely unaware that Sloan had provided the reporter with information that significantly altered the narrative of the published story. Indeed, the reporter originally sought to publish a story about Blake being labeled difficult on set. After the reporter's discussion with Sloan, however, the story changed to "We have learned that Justin Baldoni caused issues on the set. Not only did Sloan breach her agreement with Nathan, but she planted false and defamatory information about Baldoni to distract from Lively's numerous missteps and throw Wayfarer and Baldoni on the defense." Following the release of Lively's administrative complaint on December 20th, 2024, the same Daily Mail reporter informed Nathan that Sloan had lied to portray Baldoni as the foe. Yet still, Sloan escalated the false narrative by telling the reporter that Blake was, quote, sexually assaulted, an unsubstantiated accusation that not even Lively had gone so far as to claim, designed to destroy Baldoni and his reputation. Oh, we've got to see if we can read these. All right, it says here, Daily Mail reporter. Like I said, though, the reporting is that there was issues between her and Justin as well as others, and that Justin found it difficult to work with her. One of these reporters known is close with Steph Jones because they used to always get, okay, we read that already, haven't we? So they want to run something based on this reporting, and I want to shut it down, but need something to shut it down with. I know she's a liar. I just need to get my editor on board because she has 3 reporters feeding her bullshit, 2 from LA. I promise she's lying. This will not look good for your site. The entire cast I will have go on record. Can you give me anything at all on what the issue is then, if it's not her and it's him? And that's what she's going to play. She said the whole cast hits Justin. This has nothing to do with Blake. And now she's saying that Blake was sexually assaulted. Why wouldn't she say anything about that then? She knows she's full of shit. She told me that the whole issue was that everybody hates Justin. Nothing about Blake and Justin. She said it had nothing to do with Blake. Bullshit. Sloan ruthlessly took advantage of Nathan's good faith. As a result, Nathan was forced to combat the negative press that was both planted and propagated by Sloan. Ultimately, the actual smear campaign was orchestrated by Sloan at Lively's direction. Jones offers ammunition for Lively's revenge and her own. All right. Let me see where you are before we start this. We're doing good. Not yet. Reviews for the hair care say the packaging was horrible because it had a screw top on the shampoo, also dries the hair out. Eep. She was desperate for a Barbie promo run moment and a dual premiere with Deadpool Wolverine as a power couple. That explains the tactless cross promotion, plus not reading the book, allegedly. Yeah, we got to the fact that she didn't read the book. But a scary gross, I hope I'm saying your name out. That's interesting because, again, Deadpool and Wolverine and this movie came at the same time. She was trying to do a Barbie Oppenheimer moment, huh? Come on, scary gross with the insight. So she was no wonder I could not figure out why Ryan was in the press promos and all this other stuff. So she was trying to really do a Barbie Oppenheimer type run. Wear your florals. Drink my liquor. And then he was supposed to come in with the quirkiness of Deadpool. I love y'all when y'all give me information or insight that I hadn't thought of. I'm gonna keep look at there. Have mercy. Let's continue. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue. It probably wasn't like a moisturizing shampoo. It was probably one of those very strong clarifying shampoos, you know, the ones that strip all the oils from your hair. Oh my goodness. Let's continue. Jones offers ammunition for lively revenge in her own. Now, Stephanie Jones, now just to go back, Stephanie Jones was the publicist for Wayfarer and Justin Baldoni. Her employee split from her and decided to run her own company. And I think that was Jennifer Abel. Because of this, she seized all of her property back, which was her phone and all this other stuff. So she mined her phone and then gave all the information that was in this phone, apparently, to Blake Lively and them. Because she wanted to show, because again, she was battling herself. Her organization was battling because people were saying that she was being difficult and that her clients were leaving her in droves. And not only were her clients leaving, it looks like her employees were leaving. So she seemed to be a little miffed and pissed off that Justin Baldoni decided, because apparently she didn't do something that she and I'm just paraphrasing, trying to remember, but we're definitely going to get into this. But this is just as an overview. He asked her to do something. She didn't want to do that, or something happened. And so he was still working with Jen Abel. He trusted her and all the stuff that he was doing. So when Jen Abel left, she started her own company, and Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer went with that company. So Stephanie Jones is now pissed because she's lost another client, and Justin and Wayfarer stopped paying her, I think, in May because of whatever happened. So let's continue. Enter Stephanie Jones, Wayfarers and Baldoni's embattled former publicist and a critical player in Lively's scorched earth campaign against Baldoni, Wayfarer, and their teams. Jones is the founder and CEO of Jones Work, a New York-based public relations firm that Wayfarer engaged in May 2020 and that later handled publicity for Baldoni's personally. For almost 4 years, the Jones Work Baldoni Wayfarer account was managed by Jen Abel, Jones' right hand, who ran the Jones Work Los Angeles office. Abel developed a close and trusting relationship with Baldoni, Heath, and the rest of the Wayfarer team, particularly as their strategic communication needs became ever more complex due to defendants' machinations. The long known within the public relations industry for her disarming Southern twang, brass knuckle tactics, and a high turnover of clients and employees. Oh, so this is common for her. Jones has had a successful career, having founded Jones Works and represented at various times Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Jeff Bezos, Lauren Sanchez, Venus Williams, Tom Brady, and Chris Hemsworth. Until recently, however, Jones has kept her worst excesses hidden from public view. That changed in and around May 2024 when Puck reported that Sanchez and Johnson had dropped Jones as their publicist. While these were among the most prominent and publicly reported departures, a cascade of Jones' work clients began to cut ties with Jones, especially after word had spread that Business Insider was contacting Jones's former and current clients and employees concerning a forthcoming article about her sordid behavior. On May 8th, 2024, a website called Stephanie Jones Leak went live, along with an X.com account, a Facebook page, a Reddit account, and a Pinterest page. These platforms disclosed a litany of highly disturbing allegations about Jones' behaviors and business practices, many concerning Jones' mistreatment of Jones Works employees and clients. These revelations caused a firestorm in Hollywood, resulting in a surge of negative publicity regarding Jones, including the publication of the Business Insider's piece, "Who's Afraid of Stephanie Jones?" Now, it's got to be real bad that the publicists have stories written about them. The Business Insider's piece shed more light on the real Jones. Always a volatile personality, Jones had become noticeably more paranoid, erratic, and cruel in recent years. The Business Insider story also shed light on the toxic workplace Jones had fostered at Jones Work. At the office, Jones would regularly turn in. What is that? Oh. At the office, Jones would regularly turn on deafening music so that she could berate her employees free from scrutiny. I don't think there was one day in the office that someone wasn't crying, said a former employee. So when she was berating you, she would turn loud music so you couldn't hear it. So therefore, you didn't hear what she was saying, so you couldn't attest to what was going on. I'll be darned. Jones also pried into her employees' private lives without invitation. When employees called in sick, Jones would FaceTime them to confirm that they were actually sick. In at least one instance, an employee who had taken a personal day to attend a funeral received a FaceTime call from Jones during the ceremony. Jones was apparently suspicious of his whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, turnover rates at Jones Works was extraordinary. These departures included not only junior employees who often left after less than a year, but also senior executives who managed client accounts. Jones seldom allowed them to go amicably, often enlisting attorneys to threaten and intimidate them into agreeing not to disparage Jones. In April 2023, the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson dropped Jones Works after clashes between Jones and Johnson's team. Jones Work had handled Johnson's personal PR as well as that of his production company, tequila brand, clothing company, and business partner, Danny Garcia. This was a big loss for Jones and one that she kept under wraps from media in order to leverage opportunities for other clients. The same year, Jones was also dropped by Bezos, Sanchez, Lainey Wilson, Chris Helmsworth, Wheels Up, Ocean Spray, and Partake Foods. Wow, because Wheels Up is a private plane company. Through it all, Jennifer Abel remained loyal to Jones, sticking with her through thick and thin despite growing doubts about Jones's ability to function professionally. Jones had become increasingly hostile toward Abel, criticizing Abel's management, displaying paranoia about her close relationship with clients and partners, and going out of her way to reprimand, demean, and embarrass Abel in front of junior employees she oversaw. Over time, Abel became convinced that Jones was in a downward spiral and harbored serious concerns about Jones's mental health. Jones had become increasingly erratic, calling and FaceTime Abel at all hours of the night in a frenzied state, overtly pitting employees against each other and attempting to catch them in perceived acts of disloyalty. Jones had always been volatile, but her behavior became downright deranged. Often, Abel was on the receiving end of her outbursts. For instance, Jones informed Abel's charges that she had learned through psychic readings that Abel was an alcoholic and a gambling addict. Neither had any basis in facts. Oh, not the psychic, not Miss Cleo and them. Miss Cleo and them. No, you won't be calling the psychics. Neither has any basis in fact. While Jones presumably intended to undermine Abel's credibility, she had actually undermined her own and raised significant concern amongst the Jones Works staff about her mental stability. Jones also announced, per her psychic, that Abel will soon be pregnant with twins, humiliated and infuriating Abel, who Jones knew had struggled with fertility issues. Already pushed to the brink, Abel finally had enough when Jones demanded she corroborate falsified accusations about a senior Jones Work employee in an effort to drive him out. When Abel refused to go along with it, Jones responded with mockery, calling her, quote, a 12-year-old drama queen. On July 10, 2024, Abel notified Jones of her departure from Jones Work and intention to start her own business. Abel offered a 6-week transition period with the end date of August 23, 2024. Predictably, Jones took the news poorly, to say the least. Consistent with her increasingly erratic behavior, Jones swung from extreme to extreme, one minute desperately attempting to convince Abel to stay, then the next berating her and cutting her out. Ooh, we got these texts. Let's see what she says. I hate that they didn't make these bigger. Why didn't you make these bigger? It says here, you just quit on a Zoom with your employee, Jen, then blasted our entire senior team. Your resignation. Grow up. I can't really read that. It says, I've been nothing but a good partner and helped grow LA from 4 people to 13, and I'm proud of that. I don't want this to be hostile. I'm not the one creating hostility or drama. You have and continue to do so. No one senior believes this, behaves like this. It's reactionary, dramatic, and immature. Sad. And I have been equally good to you. No one else would do for you what I have done. You'll see. Your behavior is appalling. You'll see. And I thank you for everything you have done and the something and in the many opportunities. Thank you for what you've done in the many opportunities. All right. Stephanie's husband, Jason, texts Jen, fiance, after the resignation. So this is Jason. Go Niners. We can't let another great duo break up. Something in trial was one thing, but our girls are better together. Not the husbands getting involved. Child. While Abel was resolute about leaving, she had every intention of doing so amicably, and a sentiment she repeatedly conveyed to Jones. So this is the letter from Jennifer Abel, sent Friday, July 26 to Stephanie Jones. Subject, thank you. Hi, Steph. First of all, I want to thank you for the call we had a couple of days ago. I know it wasn't easy, and I'm so appreciative that you trust me enough to be vulnerable, honest, and for us to have a real conversation about our working relationship. I know you are currently going through a lot with work, personal life, and your health. And the last thing I want to do is add to that. I hope you know me well enough to know by now that no matter how dramatic I can be, I think that's a wink. I really do strive to make work life easier on you and take as much as possible off your plate. Since I resigned, I've been doing a lot of thinking about what I want with my career. I may have quit under unforeseen circumstances, but these past 2 weeks, I have really taken a step back to reevaluate what I want for next steps. I really do believe that everything happens for a reason, and I want to really reflect on why things continue to escalate between the two of us and why I was constantly feeling like I was letting you down. I take full responsibility for my part in all of this. I am not proud of how emotional I get in these situations or the way I choose to step away when I feel like we're not making progress in our conversation. Sweetheart, actually, that's very healthy to step away. There's no need to sit, scream, holler, and scream. Step away, think about what's going on, and then come back. I know I have things to work on as well with my communication, and this whole situation has been a good learning moment for me in the ways I need to improve how I get my point across. With all of this said, the fact remains I respect you immensely. I feel so grateful for the opportunities you have given me with your premier clients and how you have lifted me up as your partner. I would never have had the opportunity to be in many of the rooms that I have been in without you opening the door. This company you have built is exceptional, and I hold our teams with the highest regard. I know I didn't do it by myself, but I also do take pride in what I have contributed to your LA office and the team that I have been building and managing over the past 4 years, along with the new clients and opportunities that I have procured. I do feel it necessary at this point that I continue to move forward with my resignation. I say it with a heavy heart, with the excitement that I can take everything that I have learned from you as I start on this new path with my own business. I know this path won't be easy, but I hope I can keep you in my life as a mentor, a friend, and a close confidant because I truly view you as family and would be a loss without your support. I want to assure you, however, I can that unlike those who have burned you in the past, that there is not 1 ounce of ill will here. I will I have left a company before with grace and with my relationship intact, and that's how I fully plan on and hope for in order to plan, I will need to stick with my previous communicated end date of August 23rd, which I hope is plenty of time to ensure a smooth transition for all. I thank you again for the most amazing time here at JW, and I look forward to our relationship continuing in this new capacity. Thank you again for understanding and your support. With love. Well, that was a nice letter. However, as Abel's end date drew closer, Jones grew more competitive. With several weeks left in her tenure and innumerable clients' matters to handle, Abel found that she had been removed from client email distribution lists and left in the dark about meetings, calls, and events she was expected to attend. It was clear to Abel that Jones was trying to embarrass Abel and tarnish her professional reputation in advance of her departure. Oh, here I go again, y'all. Trying to read this stuff. So this is Wednesday, August 7th at 2:43. Jones Work Chief of Staff. It's redacted, so we don't know who this person is talking to. It says, "Hi, sorry to bug you on something to sell, and the team let me know how." All right, y'all. I'm not gonna be able to read that. It's too blurry. Let's see what we can read. So I guess this is I'm assuming, since I can't read it, it's just an assumption that she sent an email to the chief of staff and they told her that she was removed from the email list. In her final week, Abel contacted Jones' chief of staff concerning the release of her phone number. When Abel joined Jones' work in 2020, she ported her existed phone number, which she had used since high school, and switched to a Jones Work issued iPhone, knowing that she would have to turn over the physical device upon her departure. Abel arranged for her phone number to be, quote, a release so she could port it to a new device and retained decades worth of personal contacts, photos, private conversations with friends and family, and confidential financial data and access accounts protected by two-factor authentication. Jones Work's chief of staff assured her multiple times in writing that Jones Work will cooperate and uphold their agreement. Says here, Jones Works chief of staff. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Jen. If you feel respected, then I apologize. Regarding your phone, we can give it back to yours last week. Morning. Can we please handle switching my phone over today? I'm having to fly home now on Friday, and today I really it something I can't read it. But these are the texts proving that this is what happened. Let's continue. On August 21st, 2024, 2 days before her last day, Abel pulled up to the Jones Work office in Beverly Hills. There, she was confronted by a physically imposing security guard, a lawyer sitting at a conference table covered in documents, an IT professional, and Jones' chief of staff, who had flown in unannounced from New York. Apart from Jones' chief of staff, Abel had never seen any of them before. After being ushered into the conference room, Abel saw that the security guard was posted just outside his door, blocking the exit. There, the attorney pointed to the documents and told Abel in a menacing, cold tone to review and sign them. The attorney told her that Jonesworth believed that she had proprietary information on her personal laptop and would likely have grounds to sue if Abel did not allow them access. Completely caught off guard by this hostile and intimidating display, Abel fell into a state of shock. She had never experienced anything like this and did not know what to do. Fearful that she would burst into tears and humiliate herself, which she knew that's what Jones wanted, Abel dissociated, knowing that she had not done anything wrong to desperate to get out of there. Abel signed the documents without digesting their context. Afterward, the lawyer demanded that Abel hand over her personal laptop. Abel complied, and the IT professional conducted a search that turned up nothing. The attorney then presented Abel with a list of approximately 10 documents and accused Abel of having accessed and stolen them. Abel denied having done so, and the IT specialist conducted a further search of her laptop, which again turned up nothing. The attorney then instructed Abel to hand over her phone, after which security would escort her out of the building. Still utterly shell-shocked and desperate to get out of there, Abel agreed to hand over her phone so long as they would confirm that Jones would immediately release her personal cell phone number, which would enable Jones Work to take possession of the physical device without gaining unrestrained access to his contacts. That was your fault, babe, because you should have just had you a separate phone. I hate that for you. It would also, but I know it was easy, but oh. It would also allow Abel to get a new phone and move on with her life without undue disruption. After express confirmation from the Jones Works chief of staff and attorney, Abel handed them the phone and was ushered out of the building as her colleagues watched in disbelief. Seeing that Abel had been stripped of her phone and therefore had no way to contact anyone, some reached out to Abel's partner, family, and friends and former coworkers to let them know what happened. Abel went straight to Verizon's store a short distance away. Once there, Verizon contacted Jones Work to coordinate the release and transfer. The Jones Works chief of staff assured Abel and Verizon that they were in process of effectuating the release and to bear with them for a few minutes. Abel never heard from them again. After 4 hours of desperate unanswered calls, Abel left Verizon in panic and despair. Abel realized Jones had double-crossed her in a very serious way. By refusing to release Abel's phone number, Jones Work had usurped her contact information and cut off Abel's access to critical accounts protected by two-factor authentication linked to that phone number. As a result, Abel lost access to her iCloud, including all her text messages, photos, and contacts, bank accounts, utilities, insurance, and virtually every other sensitive account. By contrast, Jones now had unrestricted access to everything stored on Abel's phone, her text messages, emails, personal photos. Jones could read her communications with her fiance, parents, friends, everyone. Jones was acting purely out of spite. And so this is Jen Abel, my new cell. I'm writing you both as a personal please to please release my cell phone number. This is the same number that I've had since high school. This isn't a work-related thing. This is my personal number that's linked to all my bills, medical, da 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 da. She's begging them to give her stuff back. It took Abel over a month to regain control over all her accounts. Meanwhile, she learned that Jones had been sharing her private text messages with the entire office, mocking and disparaging her. Having torched Abel's privacy and dignity, Jones started boasting that Abel's business was next. In or around September 24th, 2024, Jones warned a departing employee not to work for Abel because her business won't be around much longer. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to put you guys in a weird spot. Sorry about that. Just wanted to add. Just know that whatever she is telling you guys about me or what I've done, it's not true. I've enjoyed working with you both and wish you nothing but the best. And Jones work employee. Unfortunately, your company phone says otherwise. About you guys, I've always been upfront with feedback and have held your hand and set you up for success the entire time with JB. I've given criticism and have told you both up front where Justin has been unhappy, especially you, blank. This hurts my feelings. But at least my lawyer will be happy to know that personal texts are being shared with employees and it's unfortunate that you have drank the Kool-Aid. I'll still be here when you guys wake up, sending nothing but love. Stephanie Jones falls out with Wayfarer and Baldoni. By then, Jones had also had an axe to grind with Wayfarer. For the entirety of Wayfarer's 4 years engagement with Jones' work, Abel was the point of person on the account. Jones was more concerned with prestige clients like Tom Brady and devoted little to Wayfarer or Baldoni. But Jones' work was in utter turmoil in July 2024. Already bleeding clients and personnel, Jones learned that Business Insider was working on an unflattering story about her set to be published sometime in August. Her reputation had already been severely damaged by the Stephanie Jones Leaks website and social media account. And that's interesting. Who would set up this website? Who did she piss off that they would set up a whole website and leak everything that they knew and felt about her? That's very interesting to me. Jones was desperate to keep her remaining clients. Given Abel's close relationship with Wayfarer and Baldoni, Jones was undoubtedly concerned that they would leave Jones' work all alongside her. And she wanted to make sure that that did not happen. At the time, Wayfarer and Baldoni were in the midst of a massive PR crisis as news stories began to trickle out concerning tensions between Lively and Baldoni just as the film was about to premiere. Jones started participating in meetings, calls, and written correspondence to reassert her authority over the account and convey her engagement to Wayfarer. Abel recommended that Wayfarer engage a crisis PR specialist, Melissa Nathan, to assist in navigating these choppy waters. The need for crisis PR expertise was particularly acute due to Lively's demands that Baldoni not be permitted to attend the premiere. In addition, Abel learned from Nathan that, per her media contacts, a negative story was being shopped around to multiple outlets, positioning Baldoni's religion as a cult and accusing Baldoni of having fat-shamed Lively. And so these are the texts that appeared with that. Let's see. You know, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. I will be very tough. And also, as you know, this is twisting, turning because we don't know their moves. But don't worry, I get it. I may just drink a half a tank of Pepto-Bismol and I'll be ready for the call. Jen Abel. Yes, exactly. And maybe that's how you approach the Baha thing, that we had no idea of this approach and why we can't be proactive as we have no idea what she'll come out with. Melissa Nation, done. Pepto mixed with espresso and you're good to go. Oh, that's a bad combination. He also cannot come across as victim here. We are walking a very fine line. Jen Abel, exactly. He can't look guilty either by shying away from this stuff. When Jones learned that Wayfarer was considering retaining Nathan, she was furious. Jones views Nathan as a competitor and conveyed to Abel that her recommendation to Wayfarer was a betrayal of trust. Jones then sought to derail the plan, bad-mouthing Nathan and disclosing client confidences from past collaborations between Jones and Nathan. Stephanie Jones, heart praying hands, I guess. This kind of mess, Melissa Nathan is quite superior, lies and cleans up. Lies and dirty work. I'm also don't want Blake's team to align you with the people like this Melissa works for. While Heath acknowledges Jones' position, he told her Wayfarer would make its own decision after meeting Nathan. So Jones inserted herself into the mix in early August 2024, seeking to box out Nathan and Abel. The problem, however, was that Jones had chosen not to be privy to Wayfarer's leadership communication strategy or internal decision-making, having long claimed to be too busy with higher profile clients. Wayfarer was fine with Jones' disengagement as Abel was their trusted advisor, and they had no interest in being a pawn in Jones' work office politics. In addition, Jones had chosen to take a lengthy vacation in Europe during this critical period of the press campaign and premiere of the film. Even from afar, Jones' effort was ham-fisted, unwelcome, and sporadic, giving her distance from Wayfarer day-to-day business. As Jones tried to stir up drama and undermine Abel's authority, Wayfarer and Baldoni were focused solely on managing the crisis in front of them. At the time, Lively and Baldoni's team had negotiated an uneasy truce in which neither side would participate in negative coverage of the other. Lively's team had already broken that truce, but the Wayfarer team did not know that then. As far as they were concerned, it was best for Baldoni, Lively, and the film if both sides agreed to keep the peace, though Wayfarer's team had to date been acting on only in defense and responding to press inquiries. But on August 8th, 2024, Jones, in another desperate attempt to reinsert herself, contacted a Daily Mail reporter about a story that they had published about Baldoni and Lively. She did so in direct violation of Abel's instruction not to talk to the press, given the truce with Lively's team. Nonetheless, Jones bragged to Wayfarer about trading calls with the Daily Mail in an effort to appear engaged on the account. Stephanie Jones to Jamie Heath, left word for so-and-so. She's been very nice in the past, so we will get this fixed. Stephanie Jones. Begin forwarded message from whoever to Jennifer Abel, Stephanie Jones. Wait for subject call for comment. Hi, I'm a reporter for the dailymail.com, and I'm currently working on a story surrounding the recent rumors that there was a feud between It Ends With Us co-star Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. People on the social media are talking about how they didn't pose together at the premiere or do any press together. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to these rumors. Please let me know if you have any comments. Stephanie Jones, you and Wayfarer Studios, has been nice and fixed things for us in the past. I can give her a call because they must have redacted something, because this doesn't make any sense. Has been nice and fixed things for us in past. Can give her a call that this is nothing. This is a nothing burger, Stephanie Jones. On August 8th, 4th, Jennifer wrote, team, please ignore. Thanks. This blatant disregard of Wayfarer's strategy sparked a chain of unfortunate development. Sloan and Sony learned that someone from Baldoni's team had been communicating negatively to the media. It was clearly Jones, and Wayfarer's leadership was livid, as was Sony. All parties were desperate to prevent an all-out slugfest between Lively and Baldoni, just as the film was about to be released to the world. With her reckless and unauthorized activities, Jones had made the scenario much more likely. In response, Wayfarer instructed Jones to cease all activities on behalf of Wayfarer and Baldoni for the time being and to let Abel and another Los Angeles-based Jones work employee, Matthew Mitchell, handle the crisis alongside Nathan. At this time, Nathan started hearing from other journalists that Sloan was planting negative stories about Baldoni and was under the impression that Baldoni's camp had broken the truce. Anxious, Sony executive began reaching out to Wayfarer to seek clarification. And so these are the texts for this. I'll leave them up just for a second so that you all can go over them. Because I can't understand why she just didn't let someone in the office that Jen Abel worked for be the point person for Wayfarer. That didn't make any sense. So let's see what we got. Whoever tried to do it, they failed in getting a link and failed and getting a linking abusive story. Wayfarer is a big studio now, propelled into a tier upwards. Protecting you and the brand is something you need to do. You want to see a headline, and they put this headline there. People in glass houses should throw stones. Do you believe, Leslie? Can you spin the crisis PR thing so it's actually factual? There have been lies put out up against powerful people just protecting myself. Tag reps a lot of people, and that headline was just to smear more. So do we say Blake and Ryan hire Harvey Weinstein's publicist? That's a conversation I'm going to have with Jen Jamie today. Justin Baldoni. Hey, tag team. I have been seeing some IG comments on random posts defending me by people who are private with no followers and they feel like bots. Can you please confirm that we are not doing any of that? I really don't want bots defending me as it feeds into their potential narrative. I can fully confirm we do not have bots. This is not also what we do. Bots look fake to anyone. The other team is doing something very specific in terms of what they do. I know Jamie and Jed connected on this. Bots and fan accounts also run pretty organically by now. With all the AI platforms and Google Analytics itself, there is no bot army that's a myth these days. Any digital team these days is far more intelligent to use something so obvious. You know what that reminds me of? I don't know if y'all remember. Y'all remember when Instagram kind of first came out and then you saw people's accounts like ballooning up? They had they went from having like 100 subscribers, and then maybe like in 3 weeks they had like 100,000 subscribers, and they had all of these subscribers. And I don't remember if they were getting paid or not. I don't remember. But then we found out that people were paying for subscribers. And then when Instagram found out, those people that had like 100,000 subscribers, once they got rid of all the bots, they had less than what they started with. So some people only had, when they had like 100, they went down to something like 73. That's what that reminds me of. Because I remember early on in social media, you would have people, and I think YouTube cracked down on that too. People would start with like 7 people, and then 24 hours later they'd have like 150,000 people subscribers. And then when their analytics showed that, at 100-some thousand subscribers, they probably had the same 15 or 20 people that was replying to their stuff. Y'all remember that? Oh, the wild west. Okay, here's Justin. Okay, please monitor. Things I'm more worried about is that we are planting these stories, which is not true, obviously. Jen Abel's old number. Chiming in here, the people saying that there are bots and this is a PR play on your side is a minority voice compared to the thousands and thousands who are calling it what it is and reacting to Blake's own actions and interviews. We never want the action of the minority to dictate what we do on our end. We have to always look at the big picture, which is still enormously on your side. But I do see a want and need from fans to move on. People are now commenting that they are bored with the many articles still coming out about this drama. When we move on, they do too. So we need to find ways to keep elevating not just the DV reaction, but also the other things in your life like family, being back home, and Wayfair. That's not tone deaf, in my opinion, but sends the message that you are focusing on what really matters, and that's what will help with Blake's narrative too, my point of view. Melissa Nathan, good morning. Sharing with you a perfect example of why we don't use bots. I wouldn't even worry to think that they've hired a team as A, nothing to find, and B, they hired an awful team, which I've sent to our God to track and pull so we have evidence of it. This below should answer everyone's question on what a bot team looks like when every single comment suddenly skews in her favor in a nonsensical way. And so they give a Instagram link. At least sprinkle them in. She needs to fire her bot team. Justin, how can we say somehow that we are not doing any of this? It looks like we are trying to take her down. Melissa Nathan, it doesn't. They are doing all of this themselves, and it's really obvious. And Melissa Nathan said, this is bots. And let's see what they say. Rogue mommy. Zionist after her because she is friends with somebody. I don't understand that. We didn't get to see the rest of that. Yet Jones, panicked about being blamed, refused to be sidelined, insisting that she needed to contact Sony and Lively's PR team to clarify that she had not planted any negative stories about Lively. He told her not to do that, to which Jones responded that she could do whatever she wants to clear her name and that Wayfair cannot stop her from making calls. Desperate to salvage her reputation with Lively and Sony, Jones emailed a number of key Sony executives working on the film to declare that she was in Europe with her husband, partner at WME, Jason Hodes. Okay, y'all see that? Ugh. Y'all see that? That's her connection to WME. And you remember, WME got rid of Justin Baldoni. But you see that Stephanie Jones has a connection over there. And placing all the blame on her team. In her attempt to save face, Jones ruptured her relationship with Wayfair and Baldoni. Although Jones ultimately agreed to stand down, Wayfair and Baldoni had lost all trust in her. After parachuting in for self-interest reason, nearly blowing up the truce with Lively's team, and lashing out when told to stop, Jones became a magnet for drama when it was least needed. But Jones was not ready to throw in the towel. Ironically, given her later attempt to fabricate a smear campaign narrative, it was Jones, not Wayfair, Baldoni, Abel, or Nathan, who started advocating for a more aggressive public relations strategy. So this is Wednesday, August 14th at 11:36 a.m. Stephanie Jones. I sent you emails with what I think strategy should be, as Justin is not being represented in these stories. We have to fight for every story. I also attached my phone record so you could see I did not call Daily Mail or receive or make calls to any media. Tara, I swear with my hand to God, I have never leaked anything to an outlet, and I think you know this. I just want to help Justin and Wayfair. On or about August 14th, Jones sent an email to Heath, further elaborating on her recommended strategy. Flood the zone with positives. We need to ensure that we promote positive narratives that media outlets can't ignore. Currently, most stories are heavily biased toward Blake's perspective, leaving Justin unrepresented. It's crucial that we fight for every inch of every story, which requires far more effort than typical crisis PR want to put forth in our experience working with specialized crisis team. Prepare alternative stories. We should mobilize robust network of supporters and third-party advocates ready to counter these narratives on deep backgrounds as well as some of the record, making it clear that the claims being made are untrue and unfounded. So I guess this is a story. Blake Lively felt Justin Baldoni fat shamed her, kissed too long during scenes. Stephanie Jones to Jamie and Tara Hanks. Hi. Both Mirror just emailed us about this TMZ story. I don't see any coming inquiries from TMZ, but I had to contact Harvey, who founded TMZ in past about stories they published. So I'm happy to contact him to get this story fixed, removed if Melissa cannot. I think it's important that we work as a team and collectively tackle this influx stories as with recent ones I'm seeing. We don't even have background to balance out stories, so it's not biased. So Jamie Heath wrote back to Stephanie at August 14th. Hi, Stephanie. We're fully aware of all of this and we are handling. As a reminder to my previous instructions, please do not respond, contact, or do anything as it pertains to Justin or Wayfair. We have the team that we are comfortable with to handle this, and while you may have thoughts and ideas, I am reiterating to stand down. Thank you. She doubled down in an email on August 21st, threatening Wayfair and Baldoni had an exclusive contract through May 2025. From Stephanie Jones, August 21st to Jamie Heath. Hi, Jamie. Justin, Wayfair, you, Tara, and team are extremely important to us. I received your text a little over an hour ago, but I am currently unable to make calls on my cell at my current location. I'm so sorry. Matthew Mitchell, one of our SVPs who you have cited as being one of your day-to-day senior executives on your account, said he just spoke with you and nothing was urgent. It was about the announcement for the new book adaptation. We're working on placing it on the heels of IEW. Your below email is inaccurate. As you know, I have been deeply involved in strategy planning, account management, and high-level PR and media comms, as well as crisis, until you asked me to stop communicating on behalf of Justin and Wayfair on 8/9/24 and allow only Jennifer, Matthew, and team to handle. I have been on set during shoots, and I've had numerous calls weekly with my team and yours, as well as many with Justin, particularly regarding Blake, often at 11 p.m., 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York. My commitment spans not only the past 8 years, but also the last 4 since you've joined. This has never been one person, but rather it has been a true team effort with my full support alongside a dedicated team at Jones Work, including a senior vice president, 2 senior publicists, several account executives, and account coordinators working tirelessly for Justin and Wayfair. On August 9th, you indicated that you wanted only Jennifer Abel, Matthew Mitchell, and team to communicate on behalf of Justin and Wayfair. It is my understanding that Blank was retained and began communicating with teams just 4 days later on August 13th, which demonstrates that I wouldn't have been stepping in mid-trial. I've spoken to Blank, and I've also attempted to reach Blank yesterday about a magazine cover for Justin that I have been working on for at least for the last year now. As I noted below, I have also made many attempts to contact you through email and phone, but I have not received any responses. We have an exclusive contract with you through May 2025. You contracted a crisis PR firm to handle all crisis-related matters. If you would now like us to help with that, we absolutely can and will. Please let me know. And please know that our team at Jones Work is well equipped to manage everything as we have always without missing a bit. Thank you, Stephanie. As September drew near, Wayfarer and Baldoni, with the assistance of Abel and Nathan, continued their tireless efforts to promote the film, put out fires, and see the project through to the finish line. Stewing in jealousy towards Abel and resentment toward Wayfarer and Baldoni, Jones clearly saw the writing on the wall. Knowing that she would be terminated, Jones started taking steps transparently intended to make it harder to cut her loose. Those steps included sending emails after unwelcomed email to Heath and others long after their relationship had irrevocably ruptured, to lay the groundwork to contest that she had been detached and unresponsive for years. This was especially galling as Joan had been in Europe and largely incommunicado, save for her disastrous effort at self-preservation, for weeks during the critical month of August when the film premiered. For Wayfarer and Baldoni, this decision was straightforward. As soon as Abel was out at Jones' work, Wayfarer was out too. This was not about Abel poaching Wayfarer or Baldoni, nor was it part of a premeditation plan to cut out Jones' work. But Abel was a trusted, loyal, and committed member of the team. Wherever she went, Wayfarer and Baldoni would follow. On the other hand, Jones was a walking disaster whose self-absorption, disloyalty, and insubordination had been a significant headache. Rather than accepting the end of the relationship with professionalism and decorum, Jones started threatening to sue, demanded exorbitant payment for work not done, and protesting that she had done an amazing job. But Wayfarer and Baldoni had already made a decision to part ways with Jones' work, and their decision was final. For Jones, stewing in indignity and resentment, the loss of yet another client, to Abel no less, was a sting too great to bear, and she chose to take revenge on all of them. Recall that Jones had taken possession of Abel's personal phone, including all of her text messages, email, personal photos, and so forth. Having chosen a path of no return, she could now exploit them to great effort, pouring gasoline over heads of her former clients, longtime former deputy, and lighting a match. On information and belief, Jones approached Lively's team with an appealing offer: ammunition sufficiently to destroy Baldoni, Wayfarer, and Abel in one swoop. Wielding reams of Abel's private communications, which could readily be sliced and diced to construct a false narrative, Jones had quite the pitch for the embattled Lively and her team. Knowing that Lively was convinced wrongly that Baldoni, and not her off-putting public appearances and cynical self-promotion, had been responsible for the rash of negative publicity directed towards her, Jones correctly assumed that she would find willing conspirators in the Lively camp. In turning over those materials to Lively, Jones knew full well that the blowback would also engulf Wayfarer and Baldoni, and that was the point: revenge. I'm hoping to see whether this subpoena, there's supposed to be this subpoena that let's get to it. Because she seems like somebody who would walk over there and give that information. Just from what I'm reading here. Her plan worked like a charm, at least for a time. Working hand in glove with the New York Times, Lively concocted a fantastical narrative that laid the blame for her travails exactly where she believed it belonged, with others. The ramifications of this scheme have been grave for Wayfarer, Baldoni, Abel, and Nathan, who have become subjects of public scorn and derision overnight. Abel and Nathan, two private individuals and female small business owners, have had their lives turned upside down, their careers and reputations have been destroyed, their private information leaked, and their email inboxes and social media pages filled with a daily stream of death threats, abuse, and vile anti-Semitic remarks. The backlash against Wayfarer and Baldoni have been equally devastating, with Baldoni wrongfully labeled as a sex pest, his accolades rescinded, and his future projects thrown into doubt. And Jones has all of Abel's private photos, text messages, which Abel has every reason to believe will find their way online via Jones. Some already have. She lives in fear of what Jones has in store for her and for what other clients' confidences Jones is willing to divulge in her fit a peek at Abel. All of this because Abel dared to leave Jones' work and start her own business. The results have been a calamity for everyone roped into Lively and Jones's campaign of destruction. Lively and Reynolds threaten plaintiffs unless they take the fall. On August 12, 2024, Heath and Abel had a call with two executives from their talent agency. One admitted that the root of Lively's problems was focusing the promotion of the film on frivolities like fabulous premiere dresses, Hollywood glamour, and the commercial benefits for Lively brands, while Baldoni had always maintained his public focus on amplifying the voices of domestic violence survivors. The executive communicated the demand from Lively and Reynolds that Wayfarer, Heath, and Baldoni make a public apology that day, and that if they failed to do so, the gloves would come off. Stunningly, the executive even told Heath and Abel that Lively and Reynolds objected when Abel spoke kindly of Lively in public, claiming it was misrepresenting their relationship. Who did they get? From their talent agency. Okay. Was this WME? The talent agency executive told Heath and Abel that Lively believed Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath were waging a shadow campaign against her. Abel quickly disabused the executive of that notion, conveying her belief that she and Sloan had reached a kind of truce, while Nathan had not come on the team or taken proactive role until they started getting press requests. The second executive admitted on the call that no one pushes back on Lively and Reynolds. The next day, on August 13th, 2024, Abel and Heath had another call with talent agency executives. During this call, one executive told Heath that the agency had spoken to Lively and Reynolds by phone about the overwhelming tide of negative publicity that they had faced over the past days. Heath clarified that Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath had no connection to the negative publicity, but they told Heath that Lively and Reynolds had demanded that Wayfarer put out a statement accepting blame for the problems during the film, with an express threat that they themselves would attack Wayfarer in the press if Wayfarer refused. The executives told Heath and Abel that Reynolds and Lively dictated a statement that the executive told Heath and Abel that Reynolds and Lively dictated a statement that they would require Wayfarer to put out, calling It Ends With Us a troubled production and forcing Wayfarer to take accountability for the problems in the production. Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath would have to acknowledge and own their mistakes and own all negativity being aimed at Reynolds and Lively. Abel and Heath asked that the executives clarify what exactly Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath were being asked to take accountability for. They admitted that Lively and Reynolds were simply upset by how social media had turned against them. Stunningly, the executive admitted that Lively and Reynolds brought the backlash on themselves, but that they were beyond reasoning with. He admitted that making constant threats was Lively and Reynolds' well-known modus operandi. Damn, this is getting like Law and Order. And that their demands were not based on reality, but on finding someone to blame for their social media crisis beside themselves. Lively plays the final card in her hand, false accusations of a smear campaign deployed in the New York Times. When the plaintiffs refused to take the fall for Lively's disastrous promotional campaign, Lively was true to her word. The gloves came off. Months after the film's premiere on December 21st, 2024, a bombshell article dropped in the New York Times, authored in part by Megan Twohey, who gained prominence for her exposure of Harvey Weinstein. The article's headline provides a glimpse inside a Hollywood smear campaign. We can bury any one side of Hollywood smear campaign. And this is the article that came out. We're almost there. The article purported to provide a detailed account of a calculated campaign to bring down Lively in retaliation for daring to speak out against sexual harassment on the set of It Ends Thus. The article draws heavily from the California Civil Rights Department complaint that was filed by Lively the day before. The CRD complaint and the article are both purportedly based on thousands of pages of text messages and emails that Lively obtained through a subpoena. The article notes these and other documents were reviewed by the New York Times. The 4,000 plus words of the New York Times article dropped less than a day after Lively apparently filed her CRD complaint. The close coordination between Lively's team and the New York Times, likely over a matter of months before the CRD complaint was filed, is plain. The article refers to the 17-point letter of production conditions that Lively insisted upon, with the reason for making many of those demands were mystifying to plaintiffs as at the time, once the article was published, it became clear that Lively had seeded her revenge more than a year before. By insisting on superfluous or already extant protections, Lively laid the foundation for her baseless claim of pervasive sexual harassment. When she buffaloed plaintiffs into agreeing, she sealed the perfect narrative poison pill, allowing her to later claim that plaintiff's agreement to the 17-point letter was proof positive that sexual harassment was endemic on the film set. Again, I go back, don't sign anything that you are not in agreement with. But Lively had to explain away the self-inflicted mountains of bad press she had brought down on herself, as discussed elsewhere herein. Finally, Jones' wrongfully obtained text could be deployed for maximum damage. On information and belief, Lively and her team used cherry-picked text messages, stripped of context and even manipulated to peddle a narrative that plaintiffs have responded to Lively's complaint about purported sexual harassment by plotting to destroy her reputation through a shadow campaign. Apparently, the New York Times credulously accepted the narrative wholesale while making little or no attempt to investigate the veracity of the narrative. By telling the New York Times a false and damning story about an insidious PR sabotage operation deployed as revenge for sexual harassment complaint, with the knowledge and intent that the newspaper would publish this false story, Lively and her co-conspirators committed the tort of defamation. For example, Lively's CRD complaint, which on information and belief she provided to the New York Times long before filing it, referenced text exchanges between Nathan and Abel as purported evidence that Nathan planted a negative story in the Daily Mail titled, "Is Blake Lively Set to Be Canceled?" Lively's portrayal is categorically false, misleading, and devoid of factual basis, yet knowingly propagated to the Times. Lively's smear campaign narrative hinges on an August 16th text exchange in which Nathan allegedly shared a link to this article with Abel. The text exchange shows Abel responding, "Wow," followed by, "You really outdid yourself with this one," to which Nathan allegedly replied, "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." These messages constitute the entirety of the purported evidence underlying the allegation of a smear campaign, orchestrated on behalf of Baldoni. But the information Lively fed to the New York Times was apparently selectively and deceptively edited, resulting in a gross misrepresentation that actually reversed the sarcastic meaning of the tone of the messages. So we read these before. Heading to the airport. Lively, who apparently collaborated closely with the New York Times on the article covering her CRD complaint, must have known that the text message was unscrupulously altered and selectively edited, enabling Lively and her team to propound a false smear campaign narrative designed to destroy plaintiffs for the Times' known or reckless dissemination. Specifically, in the immediate preceding text message exchange on August 16, Nathan forwarded a screenshot of a message from a reporter informing her for the first time of the Daily Mail's article in response, Nathan wrote, "Damn, this is not fair because it's also not me," followed by, "Everything now looks like it's me." Perhaps unknowingly, Nathan was already anticipating the accusation that would soon be leveled against her and her fellow plaintiffs. And again, we have all of these text messages. Further evidence of Lively's machinations appears in the missing emojis heard around the world. After Nathan forwarded a screenshot of the article link, April responded with, "You really outdid yourself with this piece," adding a to indicate sarcastic nature of her message. The upside down smiling emoji is commonly used to convey irony, sarcasm, joking, or a sense of goofiness or silliness. In her CRD complaint, and apparently in the material she forwarded to the Times for their uncritical publication, Lively deliberately excluded not only the preceding screenshot of the text exchange with Nathan, denying about, but also the emoji. Fundamentally and willing altering sarcastic tone of Abel's message to mislead the reader, interpreting Abel's response as literal and sincere. This omitted context is critical, as it demonstrates that each subsequent message in the exchange was similarly intended as sarcasm, including Nathan's statement, "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." Further review of the text message exchange, also excluded from both Lively's CRD complaint and the Times article, unequivocally shows that Abel and Nathan were engaging in a sarcastic and joking manner, as evidenced by the use of the ha-ha tap back reaction. Okay. Any negative press about Lively was unequivocally a consequence of her own actions, even the Times itself acknowledged Lively public missteps in an August 17, 2024 article entitled "It Ends with a Press Tour Drama Explained." In it, reporter Shivani Gonzalez observed, Lively's promotion of the movie has included a push for her new hair care line, discussion of clothes in the movie, and response to questions about abuse that have been criticized as shallow and tone deaf. Baldoni, by contrast, has emphasized the importance of raising awareness of domestic violence and providing resources for these in similar situations. And they go back over the text messages. This is from Melissa Nathan. I'll just pause briefly on them. As noted elsewhere herein, Lively's marketing efforts, which include encouraging this audience to grab your friends, wear your florals, while promoting her hair care and alcohol brands, was widely criticized as insensitive. Far from being the product of a calculated smear campaign by plaintiffs, the backlash against Lively was the inevitable fallout of her own mercenary messaging and self promotion tactics, amplified by her inability to read the room in addressing such a serious subject. The contemporaneous communications of plaintiffs showing a growing awareness that they were being set up to be blamed for Lively's disastrous misstep. And these are pretty much a repeat of the text that we had read earlier before. And I'm not going to read them. I'm just going to pause and uh, let those of you all that are interested in glancing over them. While they became increasingly concerned at the finger pointed aimed their way, plaintiffs still found the time to be gracious around a few media wins Lively could tally. Jamie Heath says, so glad Blake was praised. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. We read it before. And so this is just listing who the parties to this complaint. And we know it's Wayfair Studios. We know that they're a limited liability company. We know it's Justin Baldoni. We know that it's Jamie Heath. We know that it ends with us. It ends with us movie LLC. We know it's Melissa Nathan. We also know that it's Jennifer Abel. And we know the defendants are Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, Leslie Jones, Vision PR. We know that they found the jurisdiction because all these people have offices or have conducted business in New York. And again, we have the first cause of action, which is civil extortion against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Second cause of action, defamation against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Third cause of action, false light invasion of privacy by Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, Abel against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Fourth cause of action, breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealings against Lively. Fifth cause of action, intentional interference with contractual relations against Reynolds and Lively. Sixth cause of action, intentional interference with prospective economic advantages against Reynolds and Lively. Seventh cause of action, negligent interference with prospective economic advantage against Reynolds and Lively. And then we had the prayer for relief and the demand for the jury trial. And y'all, took us 2 days, but we have gotten through this. We have gotten through this. Let me see. Let me see where we're at. It doesn't sound like she saw the cover. It sounds like she was so busy she didn't know what was going on. She didn't even do in my opinion, if we look at what was said in here, she didn't even do the basic thing like check in with her clients. She just started the ground running and doing what she thought was going to be best, but she hadn't even checked in with her client to see if that's what they wanted to do, and inadvertently caused some problems that shouldn't have been caused. And then again, I hate that and that's Abel's choice, but I hate that Abel I wish she would have waited until the end of the run and then left that Jones place, because that's just crazy. Her text messages were work product. Abel was yeah. So how did all that stuff get over there? Because one thing that this has taught me, I know it seems cumbersome, but don't mix your personal and your professional life. If your professional life says you need to have a phone, they need to supply that phone. And you don't need to do anything on that phone but the business, and have your personal phone for your personal messages. Because look what happened. Everything she did was tied to her phone, and now somebody else has it. No one is ever going to work for Jones. No celebrity is probably going to hire her, as well as she'll put them on blast. Of course. Of course. Because I would be interested to hear from her former clients and see what they think. I don't know if they could do that or not, but I sure would be interested in hearing from her former clients. All right. Again, I want to thank you all. Thank you all who have been supporting my channel. Thank you again, Kaya, for the $13.99, and also Victoria. Again, thank you for the $19.99, and also thank you for the Cash App. I really do appreciate it. Y'all, we have gotten through this. Oh, at the end, I'll do another video because there is a response from Blake Lively's team about this lawsuit complaint filed by Justin Baldoni. And we will go over what she says and what they say in regards to this. Now, I will tell you this, and this is just me. Regardless of what side wins, this is going to reverberate in the industry, simply because, number one, with Blake Lively doing whatever she did to take over a production, and how companies and distribution and all that other stuff, how producers and things like that are now working amongst all of this, how much weight they give to talents, even though these talents are making the money, how much weight and how much power certain people have. I am quite sure that this is a tactic that has been used a long time, but it looks so bad to see a smaller production company be taken over the way it is. So for smaller production companies, one of the things I think that you can get from this is you may have people, again, you may have artists, actors, directors, and all this other stuff wanting to start a production company, and that's cool. But if you know that you are the more artistic of it all, and you have the connections as far as being the more artistic of it all, it is best to hire someone who has a business acumen, and they can definitely assist you through all of the noise, so that when people are doing things that you don't want them to do, they'll be able to be the ones to handle that, and you will handle the artistic side of it. Make sure those T's are dotted, those I's are crossed, and those T's are dotted. For these PR teams, y'all are fascinating to me. Keep doing what you do, but have some integrity about yourselves, and get a consistent lingo. And if you don't want something scrutinized, y'all don't write it down. Even if you're being ha ha he he funny, if you don't want it scrutinized, don't write it down. Because things can be chopped and screwed to work against you. I will tell you my takeaways from this, and I will continue to follow it. But my takeaways from it is that working in that business, I now start looking at articles differently, because I do movie reviews. I review a lot of articles from a lot of the they call them the rags. And now I'm looking at these articles differently. I'm looking at the fact when they start talking about we have a source, it's the PR people. It's the public relations people. And so now my mind is skewed with that, and having to then take these, not to take these articles at face value, but to be able to understand that, hey, there's a PR team working here. Let's see who does this article favor, who does this article not favor, and then figure out from there whose PR team is behind these certain articles. So I don't know about y'all, but I've had fun. It was a long read. My tongue is heavy. My throat is dry. But I've had a great time reading this. This has been fascinating to me, reading all of this. I really do appreciate for you all that have stood by me. So we did about 5.5 hours yesterday, and we're right at 4 hours today. So this is a full work day, excuse me. So I appreciate it. And so I will be covering as it comes out, because it's supposed to be coming out soon, the ASAP Rocky case, I think it is. And there's a couple of other cases that I will be following on my channel as well. This I will also be going over. So there's so much with the Diddy that I know that I'm behind. I'm just going to do an overview of what I know at this point in regards to Diddy in that case, because I am more concerned with getting to the court hearing, not about how many people, because at this point, it's become ubiquitous that people are filing claims against Diddy left and right. So it's just to the point, well, y'all file all your stuff, but I'm waiting for the trial, which is in May. So hopefully we'll get some more information on that as well. And if there's something that you'd like for me to look at or cover, just put it down in the comments below. I'll take a look at it and see if it's something that I'd be interested in. But again, thank you all so much for rocking with me. Thank you so much, Victoria. I don't think so. All right, y'all. We do this every week. Y'all, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And as always, people, bye-bye. And also tell me who y'all are, Team Justin or y'all Team Baldoni or Team Lively. Y'all put that down in the comments too, because I'm curious to see where the fandom lies.